What am I doing here? What am I doing here? For fuck's sake. What am I doing here? Fuck. What am I doing here? Okay. Okay. Where the hell is my... Um, it's too boring. Ooh, RKT. Yeah, see, it's too bad. Big sell-off. Holy shit. A big sell-off from 28 down to 22. That's bet did its thing yesterday. Didn't even really see. All I saw in the morning was ripping higher. Over closed. Well, cannabis is still alive. Jesus Christ. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, August the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. William, was the room shut down correctly yesterday? I'm seeing all the posts from yesterday. Still, was it shut down correctly? Did I do something wrong, or you did shut it down correctly? Okay, interesting. Because you see all the posts from yesterday are still there. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Okay, have to look at that. Okay, guys, what is happening? You know, what surprised me today is MSOS. So the cannabis plays are still in play, guys. MSOS is stacked on another 6% here, 6.8% as we speak. So, pick your favorite cannabis play. There's Tilray. I don't know where CGC is, but if you just want to take a look at the overall index, this is the ETF for the industry, for the sector, and that's MSOS. I am surprised. So what else? So ATNF, another Ethereum play. Yeah, Ethereum play, ATNF, buying it, telling you how many they've held, how many they hold. Reports $349 million worth of Ethereum after a strategic shift or strategy shift. That is the ATNF. Wow, this is a buyout, okay? It's an earnings play, but it's also a buyout. So if you look at it, it's just flatlining right now. So this is a buyout. I think the buyout price is 525. GEVO, GEVO. Now it'll probably pay us, or we should pay attention to some of these cheaper earnings plays. GEVO still is kind of interesting. 221 was the high after hours, so it's 180. It's broken through the 200-day moving average. Let me take a look at what it looks like on a monthly chart. $2. So it got over 220 after hours yesterday. So the next high on a monthly chart is around $3 if it can take out yesterday's high in the post market. Haynes HBI probably is an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. HBI. I see Gildan Activewear and Haynes brands. Advanced acquisition talks. Okay, so that is the reason. No, JTB, that no, that's Interactive Brokers, okay? Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with the news link that I just popped up, nothing to do with Trade Ideas, Interactive Brokers. You know, SBET I saw this morning, I kept hearing it in my, Gap app. I thought, "Oh, man, it must be really rocking again." But you know what? SBET did its thing yesterday. This is its thing. Look what it got to. Got a high of 28.36. Look where it closed, right at the low of the day, 22.19. So basically a $6 drop from the high of the day, just a drop. ONON is an earnings play. ONON is an earnings play. Through the 200-day moving average. Now, look left, 54.39. Might be, I don't know, might be too much resistance not that far away. There's one that a lot of people have followed in the past, and that is BBAI. Hopefully, you're still not in it. BBAI earnings play just getting crushed, 30% down, 30% down. Another one, you know, big float, quarter of a billion in the float, and yet it's down 30%. TME, is this an earnings play? Yes, TME. 10-cent music is an earnings play, as is I'm hearing it. The only reason I'm bringing it up is Kodak, KODK, breaking down through the 200-day moving average. Also, another one getting somewhat hammered down on earnings is Kodak, KODA. I'm going to do the same thing. Why do they still exist? I'm trying to find some cheap earnings plays, guys. Remember the one from yesterday? Real cheap one. And it had a great run virtually all day. Here's G dot, guys. I mean, that is a big move. That's a big move. Look at all this on the daily chart, wiping all that out, up 17%. Volume is still low. They release earnings after hours. You can see the reaction. The volume will certainly pick up once the market opens, but so the volume is still low. Most of that, the gap happened after hours. On the weekly chart, 1183 is the next high on the weekly chart. So if it takes that out, take a look at a monthly chart. Where could it go? Certainly on a monthly chart, if it takes that high out there, that's that weekly high is basically the same as that monthly high. So it's going to stick a price alert in this area. If it can do that, the next high in a monthly chart is 1358. So it's a couple of dollars away. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but at least you know it looks like there's less chart resistance if it can take out this high right here of 1183. Rumble is trading higher at RMBL. Now that's a low float, 12 million in the float. An earnings play. Yeah, to me, I mean, just look at all these little areas that could stall. I think I mentioned ONDS. ONDS, where is it? It's another cheap earnings play, guys. I'm just trying to find some of these cheaper earnings plays. It's holding its own in the pre-market. The weekly high is 396. What did it get to this morning? It got right to that. Basically, it got to the high of last week. ONDS got to the high of last week, and that's where it kind of got stuck. On the monthly chart, take a look at where it could go. Now, there's a high right there, 413, so that's kind of close. If it takes that out, 460 or so, I'll put a price alert around the 410 mark, see if it can take that out. Market, let's see, the market's had a so far, nice little pop this morning. It's the SPY. It is starting to fade a little bit here. Put in the some of the data coming from the economic calendar today. Let's take a look to see if there's anything that could affect it. So coming up, there are a bunch of CPI numbers that have already happened. So I don't know how the red book affects anything. The red book year over year. That's at 10 o'clock. After that, Barkin, Schmidt, Barkin talking at 10:30. Schmidt talking at 12. Couple of Fed presidents. So I don't know how the red book affects anything. That's at 10 o'clock. Another earnings play here, guys. I mean, these are some of the stocks that I've seen in the past that have been fairly active. FLNC, another earnings play, and this is gapping down on earnings. FLNC. Well, you can see on the weekly chart, if it takes, it's at 779 right now. If it takes out, say, 761, if it takes out that, there's a couple of weeks, not really last week, but sort of last week, a low, week before that, and a few weeks before that. If it takes that out, then underneath is 624 on the weekly chart. So there is certainly room for it to keep running down if it wants to. Sinclair, SBGI, after the company announces a strategic review of its broadcast business. I wonder if that means they're going to get into altcoins. Anyway, that is SBGI. Not an earnings play. I thought it might have been an earnings play, but it is not an earnings play. But what were I wonder if it's because I exited. It can't be though, William, right? I exited the room before you shut it down. A lot of times I just leave it up and running until you shut it down. I'm sure that can't be it though. I was fine last week. I closed the room last week. Today I will keep. I will not. When I say shut the room down, I just closed down the tab on my end. I did not shut the room down. Obviously, I'll just keep it open then. Okay, let's see what happens. Because I was able to shut it down for a while. You mean a symbol list that you created, JKB? A symbol list that you created, or from you hearted something? Is it from a symbol list that you created? So a symbol list that you created. Okay, so if you go to tools and then symbol list, go to tools, symbol list. Oh, I'm sorry. So from the toolbar, click on tools and then symbol list, and then find the list you want. Let's go IPOs as an example. I just highlight, left click on it, and then edit the list, and then you can get rid of it. Okay, find it and get rid of it. Just highlight it, or you can just, so if I highlight it, cook, delete. Okay. So again, all you have to do is tools, symbol list, find the one you want, left click on it. Okay, left click on it, highlight it, and edit the list, and then get rid of whatever you want. Well, that's what I do. Maybe you can do it from the dashboard, but that's what I do. If it's a symbol that you created. Thanks, D. Here's another earn. Wow, pretty cheap. Myomo. Yeah, MYO earnings play, but it is a cheap one. Well, just keep doing it through through the toolbar. I mean, that's what I've been doing all. I find it fairly simple to do it once you do it a couple of times. Hurrah! Hura. So I had a big day yesterday. I do kind of remember this one. I had a big day yesterday. Look at the volume. I mean, compared to all the previous days, and it's a continuation right now, up 10%. HURA, probably a low float, pretty low float, 23 million in the float. Must have had some news yesterday. I don't really, I remember seeing it. I don't recall whatever news they had, whatever the news was they had. Closed pretty well too. I mean, the high was 314, closed at 305. So anyway, HURA, a continuation. I don't know if it's possible, to be honest. I don't use the dashboard at all, so I'm not even sure. All right, guys, market. So the market Dow was down. I was down a little, and the Qs were down a little. I just want to take a look at XLE, as always. See if it's getting. Man, it's drifting. It's more. It's drifting more away now from that 200-day moving average. You mean this? Um, yeah, I can give it to you. I mean, it's pretty simple, but I can give it to you if you want. I'm talking to Ozzy in our YouTube room. So XLE is still below. I want to see XLB materials. Let's see if that how they're doing. Okay, still hovering around that 200-day moving average. So technically, not technically, it is close above it. So it looks like again, just the two of them, XLE and healthcare, XLV, are below the 200-day moving average. I've looked at financials for a while. Sure, it's above it. Yeah. So XLE is still the weakest sector. Well, XLV, I guess XLV is really still the weakest sector. It's been the weakest sector for months now, healthcare sector. And XLE close behind. You guys, I'm hearing this one right now. NCNA is popping. NCNA is starting to pop. This has been on a downtrend for quite a while now. NCNA starting to pop. Let's see any. Okay, announced. So this was a reverse split yesterday, effective yesterday. Wow. I mean, this. what's that ratio? 0.0005. What's that? 200 to one. So that stock was like a sub penny stock. So you guys are saying CRCL is an earnings play. CRCL is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Yeah, nice pop for it. It's such a low float, isn't it? 36 million in the float. Yeah, $180 stock. I wonder can be so. The spread is not as bad as I thought it would have been. I mean, that's not bad for 184.01, 184.20. I mean, that's not bad at all for a stock of that float and that price. Now, Ozzy, it's misnamed, okay? I mean, this says earnings plays up, okay? But if you just scroll down, these are the earnings plays down, okay? These are basically just earnings plays. Surprised how many there are this week or today. Thank you for that, Iceman. So CCUP, so if I'm sure it must be cheaper, right? CCUP, yeah. So yeah, brand new yesterday, I guess. Yeah, CCUP. Guys, this reminds me, if you can go back far enough, when websites were just starting. I know we got to back into the '90s, but when the websites were just starting, and if you didn't have a website, you were considered very gauche. This is when they were first starting. Now it reminds me that, man, if you don't have an ETF for you, designed just for you as in your company, you're behind the times. So again, this is a brand new one for. It's a two-time long, so 27.94%. So let's call it 28%. So if you look at CRCL will be up about 14%. Okay, so that's how it works. Now remember, you're getting double the move up, but you're also getting double the move down. Okay, so if C if C if CRCL moves down 1%, this is going to move down 2%. So just so you understand, you cannot backtest a no, you cannot backtest because it's not. You need an event, SK. You need an event like a new high of the day or a new low. You need an event like a trigger, a real time alert. So you can't backtest it. And when a company's even said they're launching a website, it went crazy. I took part a little bit, but those were the days when the Vancouver Stock Exchange was still up and running, and there was some wild, wild mining place, and I mean wild. While all that was happening with the dot-com boom, I was more into the wild mining claims in the Vancouver Stock Exchange, which doesn't really exist anymore. All right, guys, 9:24. So I'm going to get the layout I use once this market opens up and running. Just give me a moment. As always, saving my layout. I can do it. You guys can do it. I'll say that because we have so many people say I forgot to save my layout. Just get into the habit of doing it. Okay, so I just wanted to show you this. This is the gap continuation or reversal scan is what I really pay attention to all day long. Nothing happens in it until at least quarter to 10, 9:45. That's by design. All right, guys, we have about 50 seconds before 9:30. If anything else has snuck in here, HBI is a potential buyout by Gildan, X4, XFOR. Yeah, to me, we could stall here, 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 which is pretty close. So I'm not that interested in X4. All right, guys, we're now open. Well, I just talked about the X4. There's Tilray. I think Xena is Xena an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Okay, now there's this cheap earnings play, ONDS. It's on the move here, guys. On the move. ONDS on the move. Looks like it's got some room on the monthly chart. I think I already looked at this. There's the Fluence. This is on the way down. FLNC on the way down. Earnings play on the way down. I just don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. But the yawns, I mean, this is one of those cheap earnings plays. Yeah, it's going to run away from me. Fine, Borachini. And you? Yeah, this ran. It just ran. I might have to, I just might have to, like tomorrow, if I see one of these cheap earnings plays, I might have to, hate to say break a rule, but I just don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes, but this just absolutely ran away. So take a look at, yeah, these cheaper earnings plays. You can see it right there. How about MRVI? Is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play also. So another cheap earnings play. Now, the next high, it's too bad because that high right there on the monthly chart is around 3. And so it may block. High in the weekly chart is around 279. So for me, it's just too close. If I had a straight shot to 4 or something, that'd be awesome. VFF. This was another one of those altcoin plays, right? No. So this is a cannabis play. I thought so, yesterday. I thought this was a cannabis play yesterday. Okay, Shady's in X4. Take a look at X4. Don't see it anywhere. Don't see it here right now. So let's take a look at X4. Now, the other one I'm paying attention to is the combo scan. Make sure I haven't accidentally unchecked anything. Nope, nothing in it yet. Nothing in the again, nothing in the gap continuation or reversal until at least quarter to 10. Okay. Why I do that is that stocks and gap up and reverse a lot in the first 15 minutes. Not that they've settled down, but certainly in the first 15, I just find it too challenging. So I just bow out. Well, the MRVI. Wow. So it's through that high. The next high, I thought it was just too close, and then the next high, I thought it was just too close for me anyway. So no, but it is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. So it's possible it doesn't care about these highs, but I just can't take them. Triple D guys. Okay, let's take a look at this one. I didn't see this one in the pre-market. It is an earnings play. Okay, this is a cheap earnings play. Cheap earnings play. Problem is the next high looking left for me anyway. It's just too close. I mean, I may power right through that, but it's just too close for me. And a lot of these cheap earnings plays to me are they're going to be maybe quick hitters. You might get like a 20 or 30 or 40 cent move just like that on a $2 or $3 stock, and then they come right back down. So you got to be, in my opinion, you got to be pretty quick. I'm not suggesting that they're just going to keep running all day. There's another cheap, well, not cheap, shouldn't say that. LQDA is an earnings play of 12%. It is sort of gapping down a little bit. Now it's at the VWAP right now. LQDA. iHeart, IHRT. Let's take a look at this one. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, another cheap earnings play. iHeart. Again, I'm just looking left. I just wish all this weren't here, but let's take a look at a weekly chart and see what happens if it can take all this out. If it does, then the next high is 234. So it's a little bit of room, but not as much as I'd like to see. I see Fly Y is halted on the way down. How's MSOS doing? Yeah, still hanging in there, guys. So this is again an ETF for the cannabis sector. Another little earnings play, guys. GRWG is another little earnings play. 147. Thank you, D. Let's see, BBAI. Yeah, still down 25%. So yeah, moving off its lows. The low down here was 479. This would be, if I had this one up and running right off the bat, this would probably be a gap down and reversal play. But again, guys, I just see too many times stock could do this and then come right back down in the first 15 minutes. Get too many, lot of jumpiness. So I see you're trying X4 again, okay? Because I guess you got stopped out the first time. I mean, it's got some room. 190. Yeah, it's got some room to two anyway. Wow. What about this one, guys? IOBT. Now, got hammered down yesterday. This is not earnings. This was, I don't really remember what happened. I do remember seeing this one. I don't remember what happened, though. Got up to 203. Maybe it was a financing. I don't know. Through the 200-day moving average right now, though. I can't believe Morgan Stanley would even look at this company. But anyway, their price target was cut to 4 from 6. So it's still has a room to go to 4, but okay, so it missed the primary endpoint. Okay, so that's what happened to it yesterday. Trying to recover a little bit though, IOBT, but that news is still there. I mean, it still lingers over this company. Missed the primary endpoint. See, there's the Rumble, guys. I think this is an earnings play. RMBL. Wow, look at this move here now. Rumble. I think this is an earnings play. RMBL. Another cheap earnings play. After the company reported better than expected Q2 sales results. All right, guys. There's so MRVI. I do see that it's from RAI also. And now, so look at the room it's got now. A little bit of room now. 282. It's got through that high. So 282. I think it's getting there. The X4. Make sure you got back into it. So X4 has still some room to $1.95 or so, $2. So I can see that our AI has picked 3 of these little earnings plays. Triggered three of the little earnings plays: BDD, MRVI, and G, RWG. This one is interesting. It's holding its gains. So let me take a look on a weekly chart. So there's a high. It's right at that high there, and then just for me, I mean, I just can't do it. I mean, look, I there was one yesterday that didn't. Let me see what one that was. Was it? I think it was a TLS. I think it was a TLS. And I thought TLS would stall at certain areas, and it didn't. But look at this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was an earnings play yesterday, guys. So yeah. So I'm not saying that MRVI is going to do the same thing, or the GRWG. Sorry, the GRWG. But I remember when I looked left for TLS yesterday, I saw a couple of weekly highs that I thought, well, it might struggle to get through, and they didn't. Yeah. So Greg, this is what I would do. Okay. Why don't you complain to our I just wish they wouldn't do this. Okay, so you see where it says filter none? For me, what you've got is filtered profitable. Get rid of that. You should watch them all day long. Okay, in my opinion. Sometimes they'll set up at a different area underneath. The actual alert price. You can still take the trade. I like to use it like a watch list. So uncheck the profitable trades. I just wish the company wouldn't do that, but they don't listen to me. It's that simple. Okay, SBS guys, SBS. Where is this on the monthly chart? SBS. This is an all-time high, guys. SBS. Keep an eye on this one. This is from the gap up and go. The gap up and go. Okay. This could be really interesting. It's an all-time high. SBS. Yeah, I like this SB. I mean, this SBS. It's an all-time high, and it's an earnings play out of Brazil or Brazil. It's just kind of stuck right now. SBS is just kind of stuck right now. Not a lot of volume. I mean, it's 417,000 shares. It's 6.4 times normal, but yeah, it's not a lot of volume. I may have to up the minimum volume in that scan because I see a lot of these just look at Kodak now, KODK. Is this shortable for me? All right, guys, Pubmatic. Pubmatic. This is a gap down and reversal play. So let's see if it holds 8. Okay. Let's see if it can hold 8 and run from there. It's got obviously got a ton of room. This is an earnings play, trying to crawl back a bit. Obviously, got a lot of room. Let's see if it can go on a bit of a run. I missed a couple yesterday, like the Sarepta and what's the other one? AI. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. Pubmatic, gap down and reverse 797. Okay. I want to see it's wow. I want to see it hold well if it can hold 8. Well, it's underneath 8 again. So I'll put a price alert. I'll put a price alert over 8 and see if it takes it back. And here's the reversal of that. The gap up for SBET and reverse. This was it was awful yesterday, quite frankly. I mean, it got up to 28.33. Look where it closed, 22, down $6 from the high. So what happens if it takes this out down here, 22.16? Oh, there's the IOBT. I lost sight of it a bit. IOBT was around 122, I think, when I was looking at it. Okay, now guys, there's the pub. Just as I was going to call it out, there's the Pubmatic back up. But you know what? I don't like it. I mean, it's playing games here. 798, 808, right around the $8 level. Playing games from now, for now anyway. Again, the DDD is 218. There's their high. Ha! This NACA, NAKA, which has had a great 2-day run, starting to give it up now. Did get as high as 13, down to $10. There's 1,400 shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Well, maybe tempting fate here, but SBS. I'm in this one now. SBS. This is a gap up and go. Well, it's showing up as a potential short, Gonzalo. When you ask, is it a short? It's showing up as a short. Doesn't mean you just pile into the trade, but that's a gap down and go. Okay. DOCN was yeah, that was a really good one yesterday on a gap down and go. So it's showing up. Is this Celanese? Yeah, Celanese, an old school company. CE guys, yeah, it's an earnings play. CE Celanese. Boy, this is an all-time low. Basically an all-time low for Celanese. CE. Hmm. Oh, you mean when stocks on Hinge? You mean when did I start a YouTube stream again? I don't know, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, perhaps? 2 or 3 weeks ago. Boy, this Celanese, wow, I mean, there's nothing stopping it. It's an all-time low, basically. No, 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 I was in the other room all the time, Stocks Unhinged. Remember, there were 2 rooms, main room, as I call it, and then YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you go back, far enough, you could find an all-time low. I mean, it's see, it says 0.7%, 0.6% in red. That means if I had a lifetime chart for CE, it'd be right at the very bottom. So technically, it's not a lifetime low, but well, I don't know if CE is going to keep going down, Gonzala. Okay, I'm just pointing it out. I mean, it's got nothing stopping it, and it's an earnings play. How to get into the other room? So, Rick, all you do is this: you click on my homepage link and save my link. Then save my link. Okay. And then when you click on my homepage link, let's go to the education section, more info, and right here. Okay. There's the link to get into the free room. Okay. And you have to save my link. You have to do that every day. I have to do the same thing. Yeah, there goes the ATNF. The ATNF, Ethereum play. Okay, I have to look at the weekly chart. Okay, guys, SBS did not work out for me. It started. I had a very tight stop on it. It was gonna go through 230 and keep moving, or it wasn't. So ATNF. So on that weekly chart, so it's above all those. On the monthly chart, so yeah. So I mean, on the monthly chart, obviously it's got a ton of room. So I would be watching this for another 6 break, maybe around 6:10 or so. See if it breaks out over 6 again. Okay, and certainly the monthly chart, it's a ton of room. Well, any day can be a good day to. It depends on Mighty Mouse. I mean, a good day to short depends on if you're talking about what the market, or you're talking about like a specific stock. You're talking about stocks that follow the market. I mean, the market's up a little bit, but I don't look at it that way. I just look at individual stocks. If they look good to short, I short. I don't care so much what the market's doing. Okay, a bit of a reversal play for tandem here, guys. This is not an earnings play, but let's take a look at the daily chart. So look at the room it's got. Wow, 1252. So this is a reversal play, a gap down and reverse. Doesn't mean it's going to keep reversing, but at the time of the alert, that's what it was doing. It had gap down and now it's starting to reverse. It's actually positive for the day. I don't have one off the top of my head, Mighty Mouse. Okay, extended stocks depends what you mean by an extended stock. I mean, extended over like a week, 30 days. I don't have one off the top of my head though, unfortunately. So there's the SBET guys. I mean, look at SBET just right at yesterday's low now, 2 day lows. I mean, no, I'm continue. Look at the tandems. Did not hold 11. Okay, seeing a lot of follow through on some of these. I don't do oil stocks. No, I don't do oil stocks at all. I mean, I will play and I'll take if it happens to have some news on it. So like India is one of those really crazy low ones, but if it has some news on its own, I'll look at it. But I typically don't trade oil stocks. I don't trade oil and precious metals that are, for me, they're just too tied to the overall sector. Okay, that's just me, of course. So I mean, I will trade again. I'll trade an oil stock if it's got some news specific to it. And the other thing, I don't read Reddit. Okay, so well, here's a gap up and go, guys. Resi, Rezi. Well, shoot, the Pubmatic came back. I did not get back. I did not get in it. And the tandem came back. I might have to put wider stops and things. Yeah, individually stocks on Hinge. USAR, yeah, I've traded that. I haven't traded quadruple U. I don't trade gold. Well, okay. Thank you. I did get back into one. See the Pubmatic pulled right back, but I did get back into one, guys. I didn't think I was going to get a fill where I wanted it, but I did. I'm just looking for one more little pop. Oh man, did it get halted on the way up? If it did, I'm going to be ticked off. Okay. Well, okay. I'm sorry for you guys. I might have taken it. I had a price alert up here for ATNF. Okay, I'm glad. Pubmatic is just too erratic for me. PUBM. I'm glad. I mean, I didn't was looking to get back in it. Well, I see ADN here. I do see ADN here, but yeah, I believe it or not, PJ, I'm paying more attention to the gap continuation reversal scans. I'm not trading the low floaters as much while we're still kind of in earnings season. So these are the guys who are looking to buy Haynes guys, HBI. Okay, and so they're getting hammered down a bit. Market's not liking that they're doing this right now anyway, but it is a gap up and reversal play right now. Well, I did not take the Kodak short, and yeah, I might have misread that. There are 1.3 million shares. I thought they were I thought that was thousands of shares. So, no, Steve is not in. You're talking about in our YouTube room? No, he'll be in on Thursday. It'll be Chris Farley again today. Your YouTube room. A little bit of room for ICHR guys. The next high looking left is 19. This is a gap up and go. But look at the spread, 21.35. I may have to up that volume. Mimi, M-I-M-I. This is halted on the way down. Oh, wow. Big halt. Oh, boy. Is this one of those China stocks? You know what? What does this remind us of? William, when you were off for a while, there was a couple others, at least one other. But look at this. One of these China. Now, this was up to $10 yesterday. One of these more high priced China stocks with low floats that really run on nothing. The was forecasting already yesterday this drop. Now look at this, and then look at this 136 potential open. Another one of those China stocks just getting clobbered. Tandem did it. Okay, I'm cheering on my other one. Morning, Smiley from North Carolina. All right, BTAI just got halted on the way up. Okay. So BTAI just got halted on the way up, and the next high is 670. Let's take a look. I think this is, well, I think I flashed this screen before, but this is nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas, this blue screen. This is from Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I know I repeat myself every single day, but it's always new people in the room wondering, well, where is that within trade ideas? So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price. It is the BTAI. And this column, I'm going to give you a bit of a glimpse as to where it could open, okay? You can see now, if you're in this one right now, you want to see a number greater than 6. So far, so good. You see the number can fluctuate. Typically, they are 5-minute halts, halted for volatility. And again, typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 10:14 plus 27 seconds. Well, it's 10:11, so I have not gone over my homepage yet, including the scans I'm sharing. So I usually do that right around 10. So a little bit later today. Okay. Yeah. So you know what? I just sort of scalped out of that position. I had a few more shares than I normally take, but again, I'm not seeing a lot of follow through. And I'm talking about the SBS. Okay. I got back into it. Looked like it was going to start to run a bit, but okay. So on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at this point, I'm in nothing right now. If you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry25. That will get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. The first month only or the entire year. All I ask, well, first of all, save my link because that's how you get into the main room every day. And this promo code can change from time to time. All I ask, please use whatever the code is. If you're going to take out a subscription, the room gets credit for the subscription. The company tracks that promo code. The more people use my code, the more inclined they are to keeping the room free. Now, I noticed I'm going to go down to the trade of the week. Trade of the week is sent to you. It's free, and it is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Now, the trade of the week was Rocket. Unfortunately, I saw it this morning and it was rocketing. I don't know if it's pulled back at all. Yeah, it's rocketing because the plan was to take it on a pullback. I don't know. Did it pull back to the? Did it actually pull back then? Maybe it did. Well, I don't have the email handy, guys. What was the pullback level it had to pull back to? I thought so. I thought it was underneath at 16. So you can see that unfortunately, now it didn't mean you couldn't have traded it, but the plan was to take it on a pullback to say 1650, which would have been down here. Just didn't do it. Guys, CE now has turned into a gap down and reversal play. So it had been gapping down, down, down. Now it's a gap down and reversal play. Okay, so that's that. So education section is here. Click on the education section and the getting started with trade ideas. First thing you must do. Okay. If you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you must do, short videos. If you don't have a subscription to Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, is it a good fit for you? You can take a look, start off with the second video. This will give you a good idea, I think, is if this program is the right fit for you. Okay. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos designed for you. Okay. If you're new to trading, all free. Looking for my scans, and you've clicked on my homepage link. Scroll down, middle section. Here they are. Here are my scans. So this is the one that this is off screen. The gap continuation or reversal scan, which looks like this. Okay. The combo scan, man, I haven't looked at it at all. I bet you there's some good ones. The combo scan is here. Pepe combo scan. Momentum scan is here. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. This is the Hulse resumes is down here. And this is the change in 5 minutes. The change in 5 minutes. It could be up, it could be down. So let me explain why, if you're seeing a negative number, how you can use this for pullbacks. Excuse me. And by the way, welcome to the room. If you're new to the rooms, the YouTube room and or the main trading room, welcome. The main room is open at 7:30. Chris Farley opens it at 7:30 Eastern time. I get on the mic at 9. Why not 7:30? Because I live in Vancouver, Canada, and that is too early a time zone for me. So I get on the mic at 9. I try to open the YouTube room at about 8:30. Okay, and again, get on the mic at 9. I go to sometime between 2 and 2:30. Now that William is back, a little golf applause for William being back. He typically will keep the room open after I leave. It's not mandatory he does that. I think he kept it open to 3:45 yesterday. He'll let us know if he can do it before I leave, okay? So it's a trading room, but this is also a support room. So you don't have to wait for the 12 o'clock hour. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it is a accounting type question, I will not be able to help you on an accounting type question, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay, so Logan in our YouTube room asked some of the base. I can quickly tell you. Okay, so the question is, what really is the difference between basic and premium? I can quickly tell you that. All right. So, Logan, can you hear me and see what I'm going to do before I keep going? This is from our YouTube room. I'm just looking for a yes. If you can hear me and see my screen, Logan. Okay, in our YouTube room. Okay. So the main difference between the reason why people will take our premium service over the standard service, there's really only one reason. I mean, there are some other differences, but the main reason is this: you'll have access to the AI. Okay. So the AI looks something like this. This is the screen that I would be loading every day. If you, so those of you with our premium service, I'm just going to go over this just a bit. This is the screen I would load. If you click on new and the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window, I would keep it really simple for you. Okay. Instead of going to the channel with all sorts of other information, this is the window you'll see. The only other thing I would do is if in this little drop down, if it doesn't say none filter, it may say profitable trades. I would uncheck it. I'd want to see them all day long. Sometimes they set up and, even if you get an alert, Maybe it drops, maybe it sets up better at a lower price. So I would uncheck that. So this is I would if you have our premium service, this is what all I would look at regarding the AI, and I would incorporate this as part of your layout, so you don't have to do this every day. No alerts happen until at least 9:40. Notice the first one was at 9:41, and that is by design. So Logan, that's the big difference between a standard and a premium. A couple of other differences, which may or may not, you may or may not care about. Standard, you can have 10 charts, and in premium, you can have 20. Okay. The other difference, oh, for those of you who are into maybe back testing, taking a strategy that you've created and you want to back test it to see how good it has been over, say, the last 90 days, to see whether or not this is something you might want to use going forward. You can do this. Let me just break this out. Back test strategy. Okay. So again, you could take a strategy that you've created, a scan that you've created, and you could back test it to see, okay, how well did it do over the last 90 days if it took every single alert? Most people don't do that. Okay. It's fun if you've got the time and the patience and all, but that is the other difference. So that's really it. I mean, the big difference is the AI. Okay. Everything you see here, though, everything that you see, yep, it's been a constant complaint, Fibonacci, regarding you know what? Info at trade-ideas.com and complain. You know, I don't know what happened. It used to be okay, the news, but coming from our customers, better than coming from me or passing it on. Okay, I understand. I understand. I don't use it at all. Okay, I used to use our news source just for previous days, but I can't even do that. So you know, I, I mean, if it's going to be like this, why not just get rid of it? But complain. Okay. Yeah, I know. I know it. I know it's in the last few months. Just you can keep telling me all this. Just go to info at trade-ideas.com, and what's up with your news feed. But you know what I will do? Well, no, I'll trade the AI, but I don't blindly follow every alert. Okay, Mighty Mouse. The triple D, the DDD would have been one I probably should have taken, and the G dot. I mean, I'm just a little um, distracted. The G dot is something I definitely should have taken. I was talking about in the free market, one of those cheap earnings plays. Definitely should have taken the G dot. So let me explain in for those of you who are new. what the power of trade ideas is, and why I think we really differ or differentiate ourselves from most of the programs, especially the screening programs. Okay, so let me explain what I mean. If I click on this momentum scan and I click right click on it, click on the configure, this is what the scan is looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 20, meaning it's trading at least 20 times normal at this time of day, 500,000 shares minimum. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, and it's got to be up 2% from yesterday's close. All these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day. These are all real-time alerts, okay? So these are all real-time alerts that you're seeing, stock making new highs for the day, meeting all these filter requirements. So again, there are a lot of screening programs out there, and this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. Screeners are typically used for questions like, show me the stocks up the most today, show me the stocks down the most today, show me the stocks that are moving the most in 5 minutes. It could be up or down, okay? That's what this is doing, basically giving you a list. So of course we can do that, but we take it one step further by, by applying what we call a trigger. In this case, the trigger is a new high for the day. So if you like the stock, or sorry, if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. But if you want to make changes, of course, you can do that. Maybe you don't like my price range. If you have any trading experience, maybe you want to add a filter. Maybe you want to take out a filter that you don't like. Go ahead. This happens to be what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. Creating scans from scratch, you can do that, of course. I'm going to quickly go over this. Here's the new high and the new low of the day. All of these icons represent real-time alerts. So as I said, these are what we call the triggers. So every one of these are real-time alert triggers also. The two most popular ones by far, the new high and the new low of the day. Scrolling down, these icons, these are the filters, the screeners that we've got. So again, looking at this for the first time, please don't get overwhelmed by all this. You don't have to learn everything. If you have any trading experience, what I would do is I just kind of scroll down. If you see something you recognize, try it. Okay. If you have no trading experience at all, what I would suggest is when you go to my own page and go to the education section, go to the education section and click on the back to basics. Okay. Because Trade Ideas, fabulous program. But if you click on an alert, on a symbol, and you don't know what the chart is trying to tell you, it's not going to help you. Okay. Nice one, Shady, so far in your X4. Nice. So yeah, I missed out. I should, again, these ones are what I do like from our AI. I just got a little too distracted. I had to follow it a lot more closely. And but the G dots certainly is one I've been saying for a while. These cheaper kind of flying under the radar earnings plays. After it pulled back, that was a nice move. You mean PUBM? Yeah, I know. All right, now this is a gap up and reversal play, Harrow, HROW. It is coming into that low though of 30. Let's see if it breaks 30. No, it just did. But look at the spread. 29.75, 30.10. So, Lorgan, I can't answer that question exactly, but I can send you to the people who can, okay? And they'll look at the account and see what adjustments they can make, and tell them you want to use that the Barry 25, okay? Okay? And just see, I don't get involved in the accounting aspect of it at all. So, but they're usually pretty good at trying to help. So I'm talking to Logan in our YouTube room. Just explain what you want to do and give them your email address, okay? So they can look up your account. So I wanted to explain what you're seeing here as a negative number, though I don't see a negative number yet. Well, here's G dot. I mean, it's a very it's only down 0.3%, but you can start using, if you see a negative number here and you're more of a pullback player, you can use this to find pullbacks. Okay, just looking for a nice. So here's Rumble. Okay, 2.76. So again, what does it mean? It means that within a 5 minute period, it has dropped right now 2.5%. So you can see what it's doing. It's starting to drop. Now, if sometimes depends what sort of a pullback player you are. Maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like, depending on the time frame. Maybe you're looking at the VWAP, that purple line. It's hard to see, perhaps, on on the Rumble RMBL, but there it is, right there. Okay, so a lot of times, if you're a VWAP type player, what if it had pulled back into the VWAP and the VWAP looked like it was holding it and bounced off it as support? That's how you can play a negative number here, and click on it and see what is it pulling back into. Well, G dot, you ran without me. Where could you go? Yeah, so then, yeah, I mean, I remember looking at this. I mean, I was talking about this one, because I said, okay, on the monthly chart, the next high is 1357, and unfortunately, I started doing other things. What I should have done is put a price alert. I didn't at that point. I didn't at that time when I was looking at it. I didn't know it was an AI alert from our AI. Same with the DDDD. I mean, the next high looking left, 255, still has some room. Again, when I always say that, I'm not saying it's going to get to neck that next high on whatever either a daily, weekly, or monthly chart that I'm looking at, but I try to take out potential chart resistance out of the equation as why a stock may not keep moving higher. Yeah, I'm going to have to up the. I'm going to up the volume. I think in that scan, guys. Maybe to at least 500,000 shares. The relative volume is still great. This is and it's an earnings play, the DSP. But what happens is, I just don't like some of these spreads. 62.71, not terrible, but So I think I'm going to do that right now. It's it's going to, all the other ones are going to disappear. That's okay. I'll just do it now. Up it to 500K. You don't have to do the same thing. Ah, I wonder if that's a change. That is a change, I think, Pepe. That when you made a change, it just deleted all your previous all your previous alerts. I think it used to. Maybe not in a multi-strategy window. So again, here's the rumble. Okay, now this is starting to turn into a much bigger pullback. All right, RMBL, much bigger pullback. It is an earnings play. Yeah, that's okay. You can do that. You can type in. You don't have to add the zeros. Okay, 500K, 500,000 right there. Okay, you don't have to add. You can go for millions, M, K, thousands. It's been like that for a while, years. The blue line is where the alert happened. That's where the alert happened, Rick. That's from our AI. So that blue line is that's telling you. You can see in the y-axis 209. That was the alert price, and there's the blue line right there. That's just telling you where the alert happened. If you have our A, well, I guess you don't have to have our AI. Okay, I mean you have to have our AI to see them, but if you, I'm assuming that. Well, let me see it before I say that. Let me type in GRWG. Yeah, okay. So it only shows up if you click on it from the AI. Okay. GRWG is another AI play, but I just typed it in. You have to click on it from the AI, and then you see the blue line. That's all. Oh boy, this was another really nice one, guys. Talked about this one. This one probably around the 120 mark as a big reversal from yesterday. It had bad news on I think it was late stage. This is a This is a drug. I think it had bad news on late stage. Yeah, phase 3 trial missed the primary endpoint. Yeah, bad news. But Right. I guess I have not ever changed it on multi-strategy window before. Something like that anyway. Okay, now I'm really, I'm let's see what happened from, the Pepe scan. Oh my goodness, I'm just missing all sorts of opportunities here. Certainly on the long side, okay? So anything in powder blue is a potential long. So look at the rumble. So these are the alerts, 9:43. Only see it one time, okay? This is by design. I put don't repeat for the day as an option in here. So look at the rumble, 9:43, the alert, 309 was the price before it pulled back at all. Got up to 350. Good. TLS, this is the continuation play from yesterday, 433. It hasn't pulled back a little bit, 497. I'm just going to look at the longs, 1270. So this has already run a bit. This could keep running. And then the DDD, 229. Hasn't, okay, so these haven't run yet. So I'm going to keep an eye on these two. And that is a scan that I am sharing. Oh, man. Well, the SBS, this is one that I did have. Lost the first time, got back in it. It did okay the second time, but it is still running now. I haven't seen WoW too much. Not, yeah, look at this. Not too much action on the WoW. This big gap. Oh, that's right. This is a buyout. Forget it. This is a buyout. Here's the G dot. Let's see if it does take out 13. Yeah, again, yeah, this is one that has room to about 1362 or so on the monthly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it still does have some room. Oh, guys, yeah. So here, the IOBT. What a recovery! A nice recovery for IOBT. Time is it now? 10:45. Trib. I haven't seen this one today at all. TRIB. Trinity Biotech out of Ireland. So the next high looking left, 148 on a monthly chart. Are there any areas where it could stall on the daily? So far on the daily, can't see too much. Weekly, yeah, so has a little bit of room, guys. This trib has some room. It's up 36% already. 4 million shares have traded. I don't know what the float is. Would have to check another website to get the float. Thank you, Hobie Sanders. Okay, 18 million. That's why, guys, I don't use the float filter anymore. Okay, because there's times where we just don't have any float data, or it could even be a little erroneous. So I don't really need to use the float filter anymore, because if a stock is moving, I don't care if it's a high float, low float. Now, most of the time, for a stock to move 12%, it's got to be a reasonably low float. So I don't want to limit myself, because what if IOBT was, a billion in the float? I'm not going to limit myself because it's not a low float. I'm aware of the float. If I can, if I check it and I see it, fine. But can't hear me. Why not, Jason? I don't know why. My mic is on for sure. The mic is on, definitely in the YouTube room. Remember, I don't talk all the time. All the time. This isn't the radio. I might say that all the time, but it's true. It's not the radio. There sometimes there is some dead airspace. Okay, guys. G dot. Still has a little bit of room to the 1350 mark. We'll get a couple of nice ones from RAI so far. Well, the DDD actually pulled back. It was up a lot more, but the G dot is still doing very well. Okay, so this is now GIL who is buying HBI Haynes. Boy, talk about a company. How long has Haynes been around? HBI 1901, guys. 1901. So old company. HBI socks and stuff. Well, PJ, if that's the case, what are your tips for longevity? G dot, G dot, G dot. Okay. Give me one moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. All right, guys. Now, yeah, let's keep an eye on this ATNF now. Now that it is back over 6, and I had a price alert set there. I remember why. That's the weekly chart. I think on the monthly chart, this has got some massive. Yes. Okay. So watch this one now. How well it can hold 6. Okay. And the float is yeah, it's a pretty low float. 6 million in the float. Look at the volume, 78 million. Is an yes. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. I'm not sorry, actually. Okay, guys. So look at the ATNF. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, sorry, not sorry. I mean, look at the room it's got. I'm not saying it's going to get up to $18. Okay, but Okay, so managing the trade. I mean, that was what did I get in at? Yeah, 610, and you know me. I've taken some off. There's no way I can hold, but I'm hoping it can pop through that 640 mark. There's no private messaging, JTB. Okay, at least there shouldn't be. Yeah, baby. Okay. This is making up for. The last thing I remember anybody talking about ATNF, I think William said it was a tough trader, and it certainly was. I mean, look at this in the pre-market, well, pre-market, but chopping around, chopping around, chopping around. But you know me, six, the whole numbers, big, big deal for me. Now it's pretty hard to follow the wave on this one. Okay, it's broken so far above, it's gone so parabolic. He's on hiatus, Grumpy. Okay, I don't have much left now, guys. I don't have much left. No, it's gone super parabolic. But let's see. I'll put a price alert at the high. Look where it got to. Got up to 692, I think. 682. Do I ever use a trailing stop? Never. Not saying no, that's not a recommendation for those who use trailing stops, but no. I just remember now. My explanation is this: I'm rarely in more than two trades at a time. Rarely. Okay. So I like to manage the trades as I kind of see what I'm seeing on a chart. Now, if I were in 5 or 6 trades at the same time, I'd have to do something different, but I've never been a trader like that. Never, never have I been a trader that's been in so many trades at the same time. Okay, well, that was exciting. Boy, SBS, I liked it. It just knocked me out the first time a little bit, and even the second time it a little bit, but I just didn't have the wherewithal to hold it, which is too bad. So, Gonzalo, are you talking about in Brokerage Plus? Okay, it should be it should be pretty simple. You should see it right here. Today P&L right there in paper trading. Yeah, this is in the paper trader. Pretty good one here in the paper trader. 500 shares a neg at $70 up. Max P&L was 3,000. Today's P&L for today is 342. So it should be, these are just columns you can add. Total P&L, today P&L. Okay. Just add the columns. My Mine doesn't. I don't think it does. I'm just going to exit this. I don't think so. I think you have to choose for it to do it. But let me see. Yeah, I just got out a neg and it's showing. Now the max P&L, I don't know what that. I mean, I know what it would mean typically, but you see, it did not disappear. If you're going to be around, like I don't use. Obviously, I don't use Brokerage Plus. But Chris will be in our YouTube room in about an hour, and he has a lot more experience with this than I do. I know there's some weirdness going on, like the max P&L, but that today P&L should reflect. So if you are, if well, okay, let's do it this way. Let me take Givo. Okay, there it is. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it, send it. So I'm in the Givo. So the max P&L, what that is referring to on intraday basis anyway, is that if you at one point I was up $3.30. Okay, that was the max I was up. It hasn't moved obviously. Why I think this is a good column to have is because it's going to show you how good are your exits. So let's just say Jivo went to 250. So that max P&L would be huge. And then I allowed it to go back down. So the max P&L or my today P&L when I exited was say $100. Well, my max P&L would be way, way above $100. So this is sort of trying to tell you, or it can give you a bit of a clue, is how good are your exits? Now it's not, nobody's saying you're going to get out right at the very top penny. It hasn't moved yet, but you hopefully understand what I'm saying. If all of a sudden Givo had a big spurt, to 230, 240, this max P&L would be significant. But then if you allowed it, if it went back down to say $1.90 and that's where you got out, you would see, okay, I made a little bit of money, but I left a lot on the table. If that makes sense. I'll keep this in here though, just out of my curiosity that if I got out of this right now, it should say that I'm down $6. Okay, so if I get out of it right now, flatten it. Okay, there it is. It says I lost 420 right there. Today's P&L. That's a column. So if you don't have that column, just add it. Just right click, go to columns, and it's alphabetical. Just find it down here. Today's P&L. Okay. Mine does not disappear. I know there's a way to, so maybe you've got that. I can't even remember anymore. There's a way I know which you can have anything you're not in anymore, so you don't see it. That's what it is. Yeah. Do you have zero positions checked? Where where is that again? It's just not intuitive enough, Pepe. Oh, right here. Oh, right there. Hide zero position. Okay, it is more intuitive. Okay. I don't think when did they add that up here? I mean, this is how little I use this. Because I thought they used to hide that. You used to have to find this somewhere. 2003. Now you're being mean. I don't recall it being up here. So front and center. So that's how. Okay. All right, guys. Well, did pretty good, pretty well on the ATNF. Not in it anymore. Might take a look at it later. If it, where is it? Right here. See, it's pulling back 2%. So I might take a look at it later if it takes out the high. One of these ones that later on in the day. Might do it immediately, but later on in the day. So low float. Be one of those late day runners. When I say late, 1:30, 2 o'clock, maybe later, because look at all the room it's got. Well, ATNF was certainly something that we were watching in the pre-market. Okay, Sam, number one. So I had that one thumbnail on another monitor, but what happened is it was showing up here, starting to show up here. It was showing up here, like many areas. So the minute I saw ATNF, I think it was in here and also here. But understand that I had that one thumbnailed on another. I also think I had a price alert. Yeah, I had a price alert right there at 612. Okay. So I had a price alert just over six. So that's probably the main reason it popped up on my screen. Price alerts are your friend. I don't see RC Bremen today, but okay, I have two questions. So, Jason, in our YouTube room, I have two questions about real-time alert window. First, is there a way to tell from the open if something is moving on relative volume? You mean relative volume increase? You mean moving because the relative volume is increasing, Jason? Hopefully, you can hear me. There's no way to do it as an alert. I mean, there's a way, I suppose, on a race where you could have the race based on relative volume. I don't use races anymore. Chris still does. So is that what you mean though? Like a relative volume increase? So here's the relative volume right now. say ATNF at 521 and it's increasing to 522 to 530 to 540. Is that what you mean? Can't do it in an alert window like a typical scan, but you could do it here. I could do it. In fact, watch. If I in fact, watch what I can do. Maybe haven't tried that before, but I'm going to go to configure. I'm going to add the column, relative volume column, or the current volume. Okay, relative volume. Okay, so now I'm gonna do this on relative volume. I don't know what I'm gonna see exactly, but this number in theory could start changing. So Jason, can you hear me though? And yeah, so you see how this number is changing? So there's no way to do it in a scan, that shows increasing relative volume. But in a top list, a tree map, here, these are the leaders, and you can see how this is changing. So imagine if this went to 1550, 15. I'm not sure how it's going to help you that much, but I guess there is a way. But I wonder if Jason can hear me or not. Is YouTube muted? I don't think I haven't muted the mic, so it should be fine. I'm not talking about the quality. Okay. Thanks, Pepe. Okay, so Jason said he couldn't hear me before. Well, Jason, I'm trying to answer you, so I don't know. It must be if you can't hear me. Well, if you can't hear me, you can't hear what I'm going to say. It must be something on his end then. If he can't hear me. Well, I do see that Pubmatic finally did work, but you know what? It was wrong one. Actually, this is a nice break on the 5 and the 15 for Pubmatic PUBM. So, guys, I'm not trying to, but it really helps me to know if you can hear me, and then if I post a question, can you hear me? You can say yes or no, so I can kind of either move on or you're trying to help. Okay, you can hear me now. Okay, so the relative volume. So your first question, is there a way to tell from the open if something is moving? So when you say from the open, you mean the opening trade of the day, like the literally open? If something is moving on relative volume, is that what you mean? Because I mean, we've got the relative volume right there. Okay, so you can tell something that is moving. If you're talking about the opening trade of the day, whether or not it's because of the relative volume, you can easily do that. If that's what you mean, or are you talking about relative volume that is actually increasing? So, for instance, I mean, if you're just looking for things that are moving right off the bat with relative volume, you could use the relative volume filter and put whatever you think. I mean, I actually have 20. My relative volume here is 20. So at the beginning of the day, for instance, 9:30, things like GIVO, the relative volume was 34,000. Remember, the relative volume is time sensitive. So I guess you have to be a little more explicit on what you're looking for. If you're just looking for stocks that are at the opening trade of the day, if it's high relative volume, yeah, it's simple enough to do. You just have to determine what you think is high relative volume. Like, what filter are you going to use? Maybe he can't hear me again. Meanwhile, the market, boy, the market's having the Dow's having a great day. And the Qs, I guess that's a big move in the Qs. I wish we had Nasdaq back. I don't know why we don't have the Nasdaq like we used to, but anyway, they're the Qs. I because I don't know. I guess the Qs can be related to the SPY, and that a 4.9 $4.91 move in the SPY in the old days used to be really big. Okay, we got kind of back in February, March, and April when we had the 20 and 30 point swings, but that still is a big move. So I'm going to assume the Qs are sort of like that. So Jason, I asked, yeah, I can you not hear me? I've been answering you. I was answering you regarding relative volume. I didn't miss it. I have been answering you in the last minute or so, 2 minutes or so. So I said, can you hear me right now? I'll do it again, but I have to make sure you can hear me because I did answer. I've been answering you for the last couple of minutes. I just need a yes. You can hear me before I do it again. Okay. Okay, guys. No, I know you. I'm not talking to you, Rick. I'm talking to Jason. Maybe it's intermittent for him. I don't know. I don't know because he said he could hear, and I went through my explanation, and he said, "I'm not sure if you missed the question." All right, guys. I'm still here, Jason. If you can eventually hear me, I will attempt to help you. I have to kind of move on a little bit. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:19. So Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes from now. Okay, so Jason, you can hear me right now. So the question you said, I'm because I did answer. So when you say, is there a way to tell on the open if something is moving from on relative volume? Okay, so obviously we have the relative volume filter. So for instance, in this momentum scan right there, my minimum relative volume is 20. Okay, is 20. So look at the very beginning of the day when we started getting some alerts. There's X4 as an example. No, the Tilray. It was that's 5,000. It was five. 5,100 times normal volume up to this time of day. You'll see that at the very open, okay? A lot of stocks when they have, because remember now, the relative volume is time dependent. So you will see some astonishing numbers at the very open, but you have to, but you know, you'll have to be the one to determine what do you think is like a huge number, and what is going to be your minimum. So if you want to see stocks that are moving on relative volume right at the open, just use the relative volume filter and put, some fairly large number in it, I suppose. You have to experiment if that's what you mean. I mean, look at, so again, at the open, you're going to get some huge, huge relative volumes sometimes. I mean, look at, for instance, ATNF at the open, 53,000 times normal. It's still huge, but it's 493 now. But at the very beginning of the day, the volume was just huge. And remember, it's all related to how has it done on average in the past. Well, obviously, if you look at a daily chart, look at the volume spike right there, and compared to previous. So I mean, you can use the relative volume filter and put a fairly high number if you're just looking for stocks that are moving that have high relative volume. So that was your first question. What's your second one? Yeah, I think you said you had two. But just remember that that number will definitely, decrease as the day goes on. I mean, because no stock is going to keep trading, the way it does in the first 15 minutes all day long usually. Well, that's an easy one, Jason. Okay, so if you want to make a change, I'll bring out one. Open this alert window. Okay, so let's just say you wanted to change it, whatever for like yours. So you right click the alert window. Also, it would work for a top list window too. But if you right click, go to property. Sorry, go to configure and see where it says summary. I'll do it again. Ah, okay. Yes, I see what you're trying to do. So just go to the summary then. So you flipped it and it's going to say flipped. You're right. And so you can go up in this window name right here and change it to whatever you want. Okay. So again, so on that flipped one that you did, just right click, configure, summary, and here's just make your change. Put it whatever name you want. Put it right there, and then don't forget to say okay, and don't forget to save your work at the end of the day. Any change you make has to be saved. Can we do a combination of volume and relative volume at the same time? Sure. Well, they are just filters, right, Rick? So that's what I do here. I mean, I've got a minimum of what 500,000 shares, and the relative volume has to be 20. But as Dak is pointing out, these are all ands. Remember, all these filter values have to be met, and then here's in this case, the trigger is a new high of the day. So everything has to be, all the filter values have to be met before we get the alert, the real time alert. I'll just expand on what Dak is talking about. I would not use the average volume. Okay, We do have the average volume filters. I would not use them at all if you were interested in day trading. So, for instance, we do have, average daily volume or 5-day volume, 10-day volume, 3-month. I never use these. Why? Because you could get a stock that doesn't trade very much. Say you put average daily volume at 200,000 shares, and you could get a stock that doesn't trade very much, and then all of a sudden today it's having its day and it's exploding. Trading 20, 30, 40 million shares. You won't see it. So if you're intraday trading, I would never use these filters. That's my personal opinion. Okay. How do we delete unwanted alerts that I created? Unwanted alerts that you mean scans that you created, or are you talking about scans, Ragava, in our YouTube room? When you say alerts, unwanted alerts that you create, are you talking about scans that you created, or is this just semantics? So, for instance, if I didn't want this anymore, this momentum scan, I could delete it. I could. Hmm. I wonder if we're having a problem in YouTube. Some people. Oh, okay, good. All right. So you can do this if you click on Tools. No, File. Sorry. Go to File. File. Load from Cloud. Okay. Here's everything that I've ever created. So if you go to Alerts, File Types, go to Alerts. I don't know how many you've created. These are all the alerts that I've got here. So if I wanted to get rid of this one, left click on it, delete it. I could highlight a bunch of them. I think I can even do if I wanted to get rid of that one and that one. Yeah. So keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard so you can kind of jump around and then delete. Okay. That's what I do. So again, click on File, Load from Cloud, and then there's the file types. Click on the alert windows, and here they all are. Does that make sense? And you just, I don't know how many you've got, but it's simple. Left click, delete, left click, delete, left click, delete. That's what I do anyway. There's probably another way, but that's just the way I've been doing it for years. Okay, so SE. Okay, you're talking about SE. No, I know it is. YouTube. It's by design. Not by our design, but YouTube. In fact, I thought it was more like 8 seconds. Depends on the day, Jix, okay? Just depends on the day. Sometimes I would say that the majority of our of alerts. I'll give you. Just give me a moment, Plant, okay? Jix in our YouTube room. So he's talking about the AI. You've been watching it. So yeah, the last one was at 10:10. It depends on the day. It really just depends on the day. Some days you'll see some after the 10:10, of course. I would say this is not that normal. I would say though, typically by I'd say 11 o'clock, 11:30, that's about it. Every now and then we'll get one in the afternoon. The one thing is you will not get anything before 9:40 though. See, the first one was at 9:41. So it really depends on the day because remember, these are strategies that produce these. And, in the strategy itself, it means that no other stock has met the scan requirements. That's all that means. So, for instance, look at if I look at yesterday, let's take a look at yesterday. So, here's one 11:49, 11:01, 11:59. Really depends on the day. The last one was at 11:59. We don't often get ones in the afternoon though. Afternoon, after 12 o'clock. It's not really by design, but I would say certainly the majority are within the first hour and a half. Okay, so you're asking about SE going up. Okay, so okay, the first thing I see, this is way outside the price range that I trade. Okay, Plant. So I mean, if you took if you took the configure all. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do here. So if I right click on this gap continuation or reversal scan, and then I click on configure all, and if you want them all, they're all checked, edit the selected, and now you would just change the price range. I mean, if you're trying to catch, I'm not, there might be another filter that's going to prevent it, but certainly the price range right now is what is preventing you from seeing that one in this scan. Okay, so it's just a matter of changing it. So if I put 200 as an example, and then said okay, now your range is from 50 cents to 200. Maybe that range is too, or that is too small for you. I mean, obviously you can adjust this to whatever price range you want. I've just decided to put 60. Okay. Yeah, I should always mention all the scans that I am sharing. You can adjust them to your style of trading. For instance, all you have to do, for instance, to break one out just to see what it's looking for, because you can always make the change too. So if I break out, say you just wanted to look at the gap up and goes. So this is what it's looking for. You may not like all this. Now, again, there's the price range. Now, you can do it universally if you want it to affect all the scans, or you can go into the individual one. But this is 50. So the opening price, the opening trade of the day has to be up at least 50 cents above yesterday's close, and has to be at least 4%. I don't know if SE would have been that as an example, but and also, I like to delay it for 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Because in the first 15, you've heard me say many, many times, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I find things jump around a little too much. And that's just me. People who like to trade in the first 15 and can make money doing it, keep doing it. Okay. So you can take a look at each one of these and you'll see what it's looking for. And you can make adjustments or maybe add something if you want, add a filter that you like. You're thinking of buying open table? Is that open table or open door? Sorry, open door. So, for what though? You know what, Plant? I mean, that's just me. There are people that trade in the first 15, and I always say, if you're successful doing it, keep doing it. I just, it's not like it's not like I determined that just by flipping a coin. I was just not doing well in the first 15 minutes. It's that simple. I was not doing well, and it was putting me in a bad mood for the rest. You can end, for me anyway. I was ending up playing catch up all day, so I just stopped. And I know there are stocks that run well in the first 15, but I'm prepared to miss them. That's all. And there's William saying it, he makes his day in the first 15. So we're all different. So whatever you get comfortable with. Yeah, well, I see the short. Okay, the short float is 21%. Yeah, big float though. If that float is right, 655 million. That's a big float for a $2 stock. I mean, the next highs is 258 on the daily, but it's a bit of a downtrend. It's underneath the VWAP. I probably wouldn't take it unless it broke through the VWAP. Even if you're paper trading it, but that's just me. The VWAP is at 233, so here's the VWAP right there. Oh, so that's a different question, Ragava. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. So now I think this is a different question, what you're asking. So you're talking about in your scan, you've got several alerts. Is that what you mean? I basically never, well, I shouldn't say never. That means never, but rarely, rarely, rarely do I have more than one alert. Is that what you're talking about then? So I have a new high alert, but maybe I could have a new 5-minute high. If you go to the summary, so is that what you mean? Let me just, what, I'll break this out. I want to see if this is what you mean. I do want to break this out. So is this what you mean? Is this what you mean? You've got several alerts? Is that what you mean? Okay, so now I know what you're talking about here. You're talking about the strategies tab. Okay, yes. I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. You cannot delete these strategies if this is what you're talking about. Are you talking about deleting these? Okay, strategies that you created. So, oh, they're still showing up here, even though. Well, that's a good question. I uh, I don't ever use this. So are you saying that when you went to a file and then deleted the strategies, they were still showing up here? They, remember, I was showing you how to do that. Are you saying when you went to file, load from cloud, and then you clicked on alert windows, and then you picked some strategies to delete, they were still showing up? I see. Okay. I know Pepe knows. I never use that window. I think so you're saying even though you've deleted it up here in the strategy section right there, they're still showing up. I think this is something to do with I know Pepe knows. As you can see, nothing ever shows up for me. I don't use this this was at the very beginning before, people we were just giving well, I wasn't around with this company then, but here's some bullish strategies that they created for you, some bearish strategies they created for you, things like that. So again, what I think what you're saying then, you see the strategy you created down here. I think you know what? If you're gonna hang around for another, Chris probably knows, okay? He, as you can see, I don't have strategies here that I've created. It doesn't get added to this list. Oh, I see, right here. Okay. I see, okay, I even forgot. So that I see. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. This is in the recent. So these are okay. So they're not so when you delete them up here, when you do what I did and you delete them, they're still there. I think there's a way. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I just don't know. I think it's in some kind of a folder, maybe a current setting folder or something. I'm sorry, I just don't know. But if you can hang around for another 15 minutes, Chris may know, okay? I just never use this. Yeah, they don't appear in the load from cloud because you deleted them, right? Or I'm not understanding still. Yeah, Chris can probably help you, okay? I mean, I thought what you were talking about is you went to file load from cloud and you picked some alert windows from your list of alert. You deleted them, but they were still showing up in the oh, you cannot delete them from here? You cannot? From here. You see what I'm doing, right? File, load from cloud. Oh, okay, you don't see what I see, okay. So, can you not see what I'm doing? You can't see the screen sharing? Okay, so well, if they don't appear there, because you okay, there's no delete here, right? You've got a file, load from cloud, and then go to all file types and click on alert windows. And then here are all the alert. Now, if you don't see it, that means you've deleted it. If you don't see it here, that means it has been deleted because you just left click on it and delete. Left click, delete, left click, delete. So if you don't see them here, but they're still showing up in the recent, there's probably a way to get rid of them from the recent. But if you don't see them here, that means you've deleted it. Well, when you okay. Oh, so that means you never save things to the cloud. You never saved your strategies to the cloud. Should always sa well, this is good, going forward, you should always save everything to the cloud, okay? Now I sort of understand. You don't have anything saved in the cloud. I understand now, okay. So recent probably means that you saved it to your computer, okay? But going forward, you should save things to the cloud, okay? If you create a scan, save it to the cloud. Simple to do. The reason why is that you might accidentally delete something from, like, if I do this, okay? I click on the X, it's gone. But if I've saved it to the cloud, I can always bring it back. Should always save everything, your layouts and everything to the cloud. Just good practice going forward, okay? Okay, how to save to cloud. Well, this is a multi-strategy window as an example, but it's the same. Right click, save or share to cloud. Save or share to cloud, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. The save and share option is there in case you wanted to give me a link to look at, but typically that's what I would do if I said, okay, I can say I can show you a link, but otherwise just say save. Now it's in your cloud. Now I understand. I should always save things to the cloud though. Okay. So because once it's in the cloud, if you accidentally delete something, it'll be there. Okay. And that's with anything. Here's a top list window, right click, save or share to cloud, an individual alert window. So anything can be saved to the cloud. A chart can be saved to the cloud. Okay. Your layout, though, very important. You save your layout to the cloud in case you accidentally delete your layout. File, okay, save. I'm sorry, save or share to cloud, and then you can click entire layout, give it a name, save it. Now it's in the cloud. And as a general statement for others listening to this, you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want, but you can only have trade ideas loaded on one device at a time. But let's say you go out and buy a laptop and you want to load trade ideas on your laptop. So you load the program, and then all you have to do is file load from cloud, a layout you want or some scans that you want. You don't have to recreate from scratch everything if you've saved things to the cloud. Yeah, I think that's right, Pepe. So I'll give the gentleman the link. Maybe you can do it here from the recents. Okay, so if you click on that, you might see something like this. These are mine, of course, and you just delete, delete, delete the things that you're seeing in the recents. Make sure you don't delete, but make sure what you're deleting. Well, that's just deleting from the recents, isn't it? So that doesn't mean it's deleting it, is it? It's just from the recents. Okay, so Ragava, did you understand how to save to the cloud, though? Really important that you save things to the cloud in case you make a mistake and delete something accidentally. It'll be there from the cloud. Okay, so that just deletes the recents. Okay, so it doesn't delete it from the cloud, so it's still there. It's just deleting it from your recents list. Okay. So Ragava, you should be able to just click on that link, the recent window link, and you should see the recent ones, and you can just delete them. So when you say, okay, I mean, Chris might be able to help you better than I can. I'm not sure because when you say you don't know how to save strategies to the cloud, what are you calling strategies? Are you talking like an alert window, like this alert window? Is this what you're calling as an example, a strategy? Like any window that you've got can be saved to the cloud. But I don't know if this is semantics now. When you're calling this a strategy, is scan, like the scans, you don't know how to save them to the cloud, the scans? Like you might be talking so are you talking about taking one of these strategies and then yeah. I mean, you can break one out, the bullet strategy, and I'll pick this one, up 3%, load the settings, say okay. So now here is the so-called strategy from there, and then you just save it to the cloud. If that's what you mean, I mean these are all. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't use them, but I mean they're so. Is this what you mean? Okay, let's try to. I'm going to right click on an alert window. I'm going to go to configure. I'm going to strategy tab or the strategies right there. So here they are. These are just put in there. Okay. So if you broke one of them out, you could say the bullet strategies and you broke one out. Okay. Click the little plus sign and stocks under $20 moving. Okay. Stocks under $20 moving up fast. Let's say you pick that one. So you click on it. Okay. You click on it. This is what it's looking for. You load the settings. You load the settings. And then you say, okay. And here it is. Here it is. Now you can always make adjustments to it, of course, if you want to, I mean, these are, I would never have this one. I mean, look how many alerts you're going to get, but maybe you get rid of some of these alerts. Maybe you don't, there's other things in here you might want to, that'll be up to you, to make some changes if that's what you want to do. But if you want to keep it just the way it is, so here it is, and then right click, save to cloud, save or share to cloud, save it. But I understand, like that one is the one I picked. I mean, that's got way, way, way too many alerts in it. If I were looking at this, I would probably be I'd be getting. I would not want to have all the. I mean, you'd have this thing would be going on and on and on. You'd be have so many alerts at you. So you might want to pick a couple, get rid of others. See, here's select the alerts. You can uncheck. But that I think now I understand what you mean. So you want to take one of those scans. So you saw what we did, right? I mean, it's pretty simple. You just right click, configure. You know how to get to the strategies. You hit the plus sign, pick one, stocks up 5 days in a row. You highlight it, left click on it, load the settings, stay okay. Here it is. Now you can adjust it. Price ranges, anything else you want. You want it exactly the way this is and save it to the cloud, right click, save to the cloud. Save, save. Okay? Does that answer the question? Okay, guys, it's 11:56. So Chris is going to take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, excellent. Okay. So Chris is going to take over for me in our YouTube room. Let me, first of all, put the YouTube link in to the main room. Pepe is holding out for the big bucks. So there's the YouTube link. Okay. Now I'm going to put my announcement up here. By the way, I think I saw AT&F making again, guys, I'm going to be watching that one on a break of the high of the day later on. All right. So when Chris shows up in about 3 minutes from now in our YouTube room, I will mute myself in the main room and I'll be back in about an hour. So now I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Waiting for Danders. Well, who knows? I'm sure I'll be gone before he steps down, but so let me see the ATNF again, guys, because I saw the ATNF was making was that move up here got up to 667, but it's pulled back again. It's got that look about it that later on, it's well above the VWAP still, pull back a little bit and all, but later on with that float, look at the volume, 104 million Ethereum altcoin play. Later on in the day, if it takes out that high, and only because it's got all this crazy room on the monthly chart. I'm not the only trader in the world that's looking at this. Okay. So, and all that room. Okay. Now, Chris snuck into the room yesterday. I didn't hear the little pop. So I'm going to turn off my music. Okay, guys, again, just waiting for Chris to show up. Yeah, I do see the PUBM did finally make a move, but it's still for me a little too. Wasn't smooth. Look at this wave. Wasn't smooth. And there he is. I heard you this time, Chris. I heard a little pop.
Oh, you did, did you?
I did, yeah. Well, I turned off my music 30 seconds ago.
Are you following what's going on in the trader thread right now?
No.
Well, have I got a surprise for you? I wasn't going to do this, but I figure what the heck? Everything else is, it's on par for what and who we are. The money machine is out for us in sim mode.
Oh, okay.
So if you look in the general, it's over there and there's some, very, very minimal instructions. I have no idea what I'm doing with this thing.
Oh, okay.
I lost a whole bunch of simulated money in 3 seconds.
Okay.
I really don't know what I'm doing with this thing at all, but it's out
Okay.
in sim mode.
Let me.
So
So that's in. So that's in the traders room, though, right?
we were discussing it in the trader thread a little
Okay.
bit.
Yeah.
I
I
started
see
getting
it's in the
exceptions,
general.
and then they stopped. This exceptions error stopped for me, and I actually got it launched
Okay.
again. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, this is beyond flying a jetliner
Right.
for the settings.
Just out of curiosity, Chris, do you have to do anything to that custom, or is it just a
No,
build?
just a build. That's it.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe I don't know what it's going to do to my machine by trying it, but okay, I'll let's see. But I mean, this is why we put it in the simulator first.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
This is very interesting stuff. So I guess I'll try to play with it with everybody live here. I don't
Sure.
know. I wasn't going to because I feel like, first impressions and all that, but screw it, whatever. Dan's been
Yeah.
teasing it for months, and I don't know.
Well, you know what,
Pepe,
Chris?
I'm
though, I mean,
salivating over here.
yeah. Well, but seriously, Chris, I mean, this really then will point to the fact that why we haven't released it.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're doing the simulation, and it's still not released. I know we said we release it to the premium subscribers in simulation mode.
Yeah.
But before we get to that, we got to internally test it.
Absolutely. So I'd imagine if we're testing it like this now, I don't know, 7 to 14 days before it gets out to the rest. That's just my guess. In the tech meeting at the top of the hour, I think Randall / Brad are going to go over and do some tutorials on this. So, anyways, you got to take a break.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, no, thanks for pointing that out. I may take a look at it later on and see what happens when I run it.
All right,
make oodles of money.
Absolutely.
Okay,
we'll be buying the jetliners.
Okay.
I'll see you in a little bit, Barry. Whoop, I got to switch my screen. All right, everybody. So obviously you just.
Okay, guys. Oops. I have to mute myself. Just give me a moment.
Sure. Yep. So as you all heard from me and Barry, the money machine and simulation is finally out for us internally. I have no idea what I'm doing with this thing. I believe after a day or two, I should be pretty caught up on this, but I think it's, going to take a hot minute here for me to get my bearings with all of this here. Andy and I and Steve jumped on a call and we're just kind of blindly flying and messing around with stuff with it. So, so I've got no positions going on. Oh, there goes a position in and out. So I have it set right now, but I think the stop on how it's all set up. So let me stop it real quick. And we'll just walk through this, and we're going to do stuff together here, and we're going to learn it out and figure it out. And I know I know it's one more kind of tease, but the fact that I have my hands on it now means you guys are days away from having access to this. But I want to stress this right now. This is not going to be just a, hey, I press play and make money type of thing. You're going to need to know how this software works. And I think on a fairly in-depth level, and B, how the money machine settings itself work, because it's just a whole new animal. So, all right, with all that said, I should probably load a drawing tool here. And I don't know how well you can see this or not, but there's these 3 dots here. It says strategy in blue right there. And there's these 3 dots over here. And if you click those 3 dots, you can either configure a strategy. Oops. So it'll bring up a top list configure here, right? Or you can paste a collab link, and you paste that collab link down here, I believe. Again, this is all, me figuring this out and feeling my way through the dark with you folks right now. But I think this will be good because we can all make some mistakes together on my screen right now, and just puts everybody that much further ahead of the curve when this gets released. I don't know what this copy collab means. Let me see what happens. No, there's no paste option once I do that there. So that's not anything. So what I did was I took I rearranged my layout today a bit. I got rid of my docked window because the docked windows seem to slow me like crazy. I kind of miss it because there's things I kept in the back up here. But anyways, another story for another time. What I did is I recreated that Bollinger Band race that I've had for so long. What I can't do is recreate the race. At the moment, I can't figure out how to create the race setup part of it. But what I did was went to strategy, configure, and in here, in the window specific filters, I created that race. So actually it probably exists here. No, it's not there. Settings. I lost that. Oh, there it is. Okay. So yeah. So I had to pull back that profile. So you'll create these different profiles, and each profile will have the top list, essentially, let's call it. And I cannot make it larger. I don't believe. No way for me to make this larger. Sorry. That's all I got. And so I created, if I come to the configure now, you'll see it here. So window specific filters, I essentially recreated. Maybe I tweaked something, but I went $4 to $40 on it. I think I was maybe 2 to 30 before. 85% of the lower band. I know it was 400,000 shares. I brought that up to 500,000 shares, and I left that 1 minute volume that I use in there the same. And then I sorted it on the biggest change from the open. And then here, the filter sort, I put that on the change from open. And then my entry settings, I said I want 3 positions max, and then entry positions. I don't really know what the entry is. Maybe you can order 3 at a time. So maybe I'll dial that to 1 and see what happens. And you can see my price settings here from the strategy. I set my position size to 100 in shares. This, defaulted to be 5,000 in dollars. I don't like to work in dollars. I like to work in shares. The trade direction is long, but the order type is market. Didn't give me a limit option on this. I'm not sure why. And I think the manual exit and re-entry. So it means I think this means that if I traded a stock in the money machine, I can't trade it again for 15 minutes. I think there's also the trade wave. I can use that for the entries and exits as well. So that's on the entry settings there. And then we've got stop and exits. So the rank price drop buffer, I don't know what that means. Force price drop buffer, I don't know what any of these things mean right now. So I'm kind of figuring this all out here. Rank adjustment minutes. So these are all things I'm going to have to figure out. Then this put reverse on protective stop by default. I didn't know that. So I was getting reversed into a ton of shorts, and I didn't understand why. Andy and I figured that out together a few minutes ago here. So I'm not a reverse on, not a short on reverse. It's not who I am. I like to be in control of more things. I don't want to let the machine just fly on its own, especially trying to figure this all out. But you can see down here, the collab down here, based on what I've done already. You can see it's got the Bollinger Band 5 equal 85. So you can see what it's doing in there. You can see the price, min and max, name, and some stuff like that that's in there. And the active account for the paper trader. It's a new paper trader that was built out. If anybody has questions, I mean, you can throw them at me. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to answer right now, but we're going through this whole thing together, and I'm not going to lie. I know it's been almost a year in the making since Dan first announced this whole thing, but it's exciting. It's like a scary exciting. The scary part is, people want to just run right out with this thing when they get it and do all kinds of crazy stuff and trying to support and manage expectations. That's the scary part. The exciting part, it's here, and, it's doing things. Now it's going to be the whole dialing it in, and, I guess maybe we got to try to figure out some strategies that profitable. I don't know. It goes back to the whole having a bot that you just press play and make money on. I'm a firm believer of that will never exist. I like to be realistic about things. Yes, there are automated people out there that are without a question making money, but they didn't, they worked hard to create those. So I don't anticipate anything different than that, but that's, let's see. So trailing stop over here, price increase activation, initial stop at a 6%, tighten stop 0.2, price increase adjusted. So we're going to need maybe some tool tips on these to explain these. It's a lot. Reverse on trailing stop. Nah, that's why it was doing that before. All right. Reentry exceeds max positions. No, we don't want to do that. Reentry above exit. So there's a lot of stuff going on in this here. What I'm going to do right now, though, is this. I'm going to use the trade wave for the exits and entries. I'm going to save this profile. So everything I've done in here gets saved on this profile. And I can create new profiles, too. Manage profile. Got to figure out how I do that still. But, all right. Put those there for other stuff. So, but I want to mess with my own settings because that's where I think that the real juice will be in this, is creating your own stuff. I'm going to save that profile, and I'm going to launch this here. I'm going to start Money Machine. So you can see the buttons that are here now, right? Money Machine settings, start Money Machine. It says it's ready, right? And let's go ahead and press that start Money Machine running. So you see a top list here, and bang, it puts me into these 3 stocks. What I don't understand also is this. I'm going to try to figure out. So G dot is way down here. So why didn't it put me in these 3? It put me actually in these 2 there, but it didn't put me in ATNF. But I think that has to do with it being a certain percent up, that it doesn't want to put you in things that are too far up. And so you can see my stop price here. I'm guessing that's based on the trailing stop. No target, though. So and then you see my exposure here based on 100 shares on the positions. So we've got a ways to go here, but look, this is as big of a hurdle as I can think outside of obviously when we get to the live version of this. But I hope everybody that's here can appreciate why, why we're not just going to release this and let people run right out and trade real money with it. That would be psycho of us to do. Yeah, you're going to need something to trade. It needs to know what to trade based on. We may be able to do something where the strategy is using a symbols list, right? I mean, that if it's a top list at its core, like I can't edit this top list from here. Again, I got to stop the money machine, and then I would come in here. See how it's all grayed out because it's running right now. So I can't change any of it. Well, I guess I can change the positions and maximums and all that. Again, I don't know what this entry positions means. Maximum positions, that's clear because I'm only taking 3 positions there, right? And I don't understand what a lot of this other stuff is. You know what? I didn't look at this trade wave stops and exits yet. So we got the trade wave time frame, 10 minutes. So I can adjust that. Close above top, close below bottom. I don't know what that means. No, you can't be connected with Schwab. We don't connect with Schwab. Just Interactive Brokers, Alpaca, and E-Trade. But at the moment, there's none of that. This is just in the simulator mode. Not even I can connect to. I can even only connect to simulated mode right now. So that's where we're living, folks. Simulated mode. When this is ready, it'll be E-Trade, Alpaca, and IB. I will say this. We're working on a TradeStation connection, API connection right now. There is good progress being made on that. So I don't think it would be off base to think that by the end of this calendar year, the beginning of the next calendar year, we'll have a TradeStation connection as well for the Money Machine and Brokerage Plus in general. So When can we expect learning videos from the Money Machine? I'd say give me till the beginning of next week. I want to make sure I'm really dialed in on this before I start pumping out any videos. So I'd say give me to the end of next week. That would be my ballpark guess. Could it be as early as this Friday? Sure. Could it be as late as, let's say, next Friday? Also sure. Yeah, Pepe, I know. I'm aware. Which broker is best for small traders? I would have to say E-Trade because there's no commissions involved, but maybe Alpaca too, because I don't think there's commissions in Alpaca as well. I guess you'd want to stay away from IB because IB, you got to pay them for data, which is $14 a month, $14.50 a month or whatever, plus the commissions. Although that $14.50 can turn into $4.50 a month if you have $30 in commissions or more. But then again, the commissions are getting at you. So also, you got to remember this, right? There's still the pattern day trader rule in effect. So if you're on a margin account and you're under $25,000, realistically, you need to be at $30,000. This ain't going to work for you. It's as simple as that. You got to be at that. You could start maybe with like ultra small positions with E-Trade or Alpaca with a cash account. And, you can trade on your settled cash for the day. But when you're out of cash for the day, you're out of cash for the day and you can't trade again until the next day. So, those are hurdles that will have to be overcome by individuals, and we have no control over those whatsoever. These are all broker and SEC rules. Yeah, it's going to be a massive learning curve, without a question. So here we are sitting in these positions. There's no time stop on this. It doesn't indicate a time stop. It's got the stop price. So I guess I have to manually exit these trades to the upside if I want to. That's where we're living with that. So PSFE. Let's load that. Like in here, like 500,000 shares traded on the day at this point, even though it's a almost 5 relative volume, this thing ain't doing diddly squat right now. I mean, it's up a couple of bucks on the day, 20-something%, blah, 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 blah. But exclude when distance is above, top is greater than 2%. So I bet that's why I didn't get into ATNF is above, I don't know which top it's referring to on the 2%, but I suspect that's why I didn't get into that. But then why GODT was down here before, not up over here in the top 4. So I don't understand that. Exclude when distance between bands is less than 1.5 cents. Exit close below top. Yeah, so I still don't understand what some of the stuff means here. But yeah, it doesn't help. I don't like the browser interface on the charts personally, but I guess I got to put them here. Now it shows some things here on the charts that I didn't see before. See, a learning curve, folks. I just learned something myself here. So, all right, let me click that again. Pardon me, I got a sneeze coming on. Let me mute. All right. All right, so here's my entry. Is that a target? Click and drag to add a target profile. So there's my stop. So I guess that's down here at 1359. That's what it says there. Yep, 1359. That makes sense. All right. So we're making some progress here and understanding a few things. And when I break away from this session at about 1 o'clock Eastern, I'm going into the developers meeting, and they will, I'm sure, assist me in better understanding. And so look, we'd see at 100 shares at 14, 18 on the entry. It's up $10. Same there. All right, so all right, that's where we're living right now with everything. I don't think I've got a lot else to kick on this thing right now. I mean, I can mess around, but that's what I got right now, folks. So, all right, I just wanted to, I thought I wasn't going to show this, but I realized Dan's going to show it tomorrow anyways. So why not? Let's just rip that Band-Aid off right here, and yeah, let's rip that Band-Aid off right here, and just let you guys know where it's coming. It's like we're about to burst through. So, Jim Morrison and the Doors once sung, "Break on through to the other side." We're doing that. We are doing that right now. So, all right, I'm going to close that out. I guess I'll move this back over. And all right, we can go back to kind of a normal Q&A session at this point, folks. If you have any for me, any questions, comments, thoughts about the software in general. Like I said, I don't have much to answer as far as the money machine itself goes, but what the heck? Not sure it was against my better judgment, but it was against my original judgment. Put it out there and show it off. So, all right, that's where we be living. I mentioned earlier. Changed my layout a bit. I got rid of the 10-day daily breakout race. I moved my 30-day market breadth here in the middle. This is the Bollinger Band race, the non-Bollinger Band race. I moved them down here. Got just 3 clean living charts up there. Got rid of the docked windows. And normally, if I'm connected with any brokers and I have Slack open, I just can't do anything with the software. I got to close everything when I'm streaming. When I wasn't streaming, it was fine. I'm streaming. I got multiple brokers open running right now. And I've got Slack is still open, and I'm clicking, and charts are loading pretty decent here for me, considering I'm streaming. So something that maybe we'll be able to look at as a team in the future here is why the docked windows cause so much problems with the software, because I do like the docked windows very much. But yeah. I'm not sure, James. I don't have an answer for you on that. I mean, there is some standardized stuff that's in there now, but is there going to be some standardized stuff that you just make money with? I don't think so. I just don't see how that could ever exist. It goes back to you just press play on it and with no knowledge and no anything and make money. And I just don't think that'll ever happen in the stock market. I just don't see how that ever happens. So it's, my personal 2 cents on it. It's going to have to be some control, some creation of strategies. Perhaps we'll have something that is standardized that gets you into stuff, but you got to manage it from there. And maybe it's generally profitable with someone that understands technical analysis and managing the risk themselves on the exits. But that seems more realistic to me. That's where I would be living with that. Again, I just, forever remain skeptical that there will ever be a bot. You can just, someone set up all the settings for you and you just load it and you go play a round of golf and make money. I don't think that will ever exist. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Better for everybody, right? So yeah, that was what I did with my layout. I changed that all. So, before on my layout here, this was a docked window that was up here with the charts, and I kept some go no go charts behind these charts, and this race here was tabbed with this chart as well. But like I said, I've just done away with all of that at this point, and really cut things down. I got rid of that 10-day daily race. And I squashed Holly a little bit more over there. Move this race to here. Move this race from there to here. And living cleaner with the layout now. top list update every few seconds. They have a full refresh of 30 seconds now, but each stock is on its individual own timer on updating. So there's that as far as the top list go. But on the refresh, each time there's a refresh, every time that happens, if a stock meets a scan, it'll be there. If the refresh just happens and the stock then meets it, you got to wait for the next refresh to come through. But it's, a full total refresh of the window every 30 seconds with each stock in it on its own timer within that 30 seconds. AUS, yeah. It would only matter if everybody was using, not only do they have to be using the same strategy, everybody would need to start it at the exact same second. Because, if you think about it, right? Let me bring this back over again. This is jumbling, right? These things are moving around. JEM wasn't here before, right? So if someone started it now, they're getting in JEM, which you can see, I don't have no position in JEM right there, right? So, and CRNC was down over here somewhere, right? So not only does it have to be the same exact strategy with the same exact management settings and everything like that, it would also mean everybody has to start it literally at the same second. So that those are two things to consider for it running into that issue of competing against each other. So, looks like these have unfortunately turned on me here as far as the positions go. Only time will tell if it's an issue, to be honest. Is the potential there? Absolutely. Right. Definitely the potential's there. But again, there's certain things that have to line up. So, if you got 1,000 people using this and maybe, 35 of them have the exact scenario that line up, I don't see that really making a whole big of an impact. I don't know where that number goes that it makes the impact. Is it 100? Is it 300? If you got 500 people using it and they all do the exact same thing at the exact same time, but they're all only doing 50 shares or something like that, I don't think that has a big impact. They all do 500 shares, that probably does have an impact. So there's more than just, any one single factor to it. I'm guessing by tile style, you mean the tree maps, and this is a top list. A tree map is a top list. At its core, it's a top list. It works just like a top list. The only thing that's different is display. Like, watch, if I right click and I select show tree map here, bang, tree map. Unshow it, back to the grid. They work exactly the same. Yep. Tree maps, top lists, and races are all, quote, the same thing. There's nuances about them. Like, for example, in the race, you got the race setup that influences how the stocks display and move across the screen, which you don't have in the top list or the tree map itself. But the underlying stocks that would be there are set by the top list itself. So yeah, that's where we're living with all that. Now here's another thing. If I stop the money machine and then I start it again, it's going to put me in 3 new positions. Watch, bang, 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 3 new positions. Interestingly enough, these new ones don't have stop prices, though. I wonder what I did that stopped that from happening. Huh. All right. What happens if I click this X? It's sell it. Close the position in the money machine. Look at that. Look at that. That's cool. That's correct. You won't see it till the next refresh. But it would be a maximum of 30 seconds before you saw it. If you want more immediate results, you got to go to the alert windows because they're a time-stamped alert that says, bang, this stock did what you were asking me to look for right now. Here's the alert. But the thing with topless is you only use filters in topless. With alert windows, you have to use the alert event. New high, 5-minute high, check mark up, check mark down, crossed above resistance, crossed below support, so on and so forth. All the many alert events that we have. You need something to say, get me on the list for the alert windows. So once upon a time, we didn't have top lists. We had the heartbeat function in the alert windows, which still exists to this day. I'm sure there's some, very old legacy users that use the heartbeat still. And when new users use it, I have to go through this long-winded explanation via email why I don't think they should use it. And I also kind of frustratingly wish that we could change this. But if I add this alert here, there's a minutes field here that cannot be changed. It doesn't work. The way it used to work before topless existed was the heartbeat would send out a pulse for each stock on its own 5-minute timer. And then if the stock was pulsed on its 5-minute timer and the filters were met, it would return that stock to you in the alert window. And it just kept doing that pulse every 5 minutes. And what do I mean by individual timer? So for example, when our market data starts at 4 a.m. Eastern, let's just say Tesla starts right at that 4 a.m. Eastern. And then Apple's market data starts at 4 a.m. Eastern and 1/1,000,000th of 1 second. And Google starts at 4 a.m. Eastern, 200 millionths of 1 second, and so on and so forth. So every single stock has its own individual 5-minute timer for the heartbeat. And so when the heartbeat pulses out, it pulses out on each one of those stocks on its individual timer. It doesn't pulse the whole market every 5 minutes. Each stock is pulsed out on that. So unless your stock has all the filters met and the heartbeat pulses at that moment for that specific stock, you'd never get the alert on the alert window with the heartbeat, where the top list took away that and just said every 30 seconds, we're refreshing. That was the beginning of top list for many years. And then, I don't know if it was a year and a half ago, they dialed it in further saying, all right, the whole window gets a 30-second refresh, but each stock refreshes on its own within that 30 seconds, making it even quicker of a refresh, actually. So, it's as real time as, we can get at the moment anyways. And I know there ain't nobody else that can do what we do as far as that goes. Nobody else can do it. Not yet anyways. So, all right. I feel this is like lackluster with the money machine. I'm not as exciting as Dan, but Dan, Dan's been doing this, the Visual Studio and everything. Visual Studio, for those who don't know, is a way to write software programming essentially. And so Dan's been on this like ultra super way advanced beta version. Can't even call it a beta. I don't even call it an alpha version, ahead of all of us, and playing with it for months and months and months. And so he really knows this stuff that I'm trying to go over in here. He really knows the intricacies of these. And we've gone over it lightly, some of it in some of our meetings, but no real in depth on some of these other things. I just don't, like I said, some of it I know, but this entry positions, I got to figure what that means. This manual re-entry, I think I understand it, but I'm not 100% sure. stops and the exits. That's the one that I really got to get dialed in on. So a couple minutes onto that meeting, between today, tomorrow, and the next day, I should have a real good leg up. So today's Tuesday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, real good leg up on it. Dial it in through those days and Friday. And, circling back to the question, we might have some videos up on this. Hopefully, and get something up maybe Monday, Tuesday next week. Because obviously I can't do videos on it over the weekend. First, try to take some time off on the weekends, number one. And number two, I need the market moving, right? And the scans going and all those kinds of things like that to get there. So I'll say this first about the float thing. If you look up 10 different sites for float, you're going to get 10 different answers. They should all be in, quote, the ballpark of each other. So, for example, it says 24.8 mil here. If you saw 26 somewhere and 22 somewhere, maybe even up to 28 to 20, I'd call that ballpark-ish, number one. When you see some of these that are way off, we're aware. Data providers that we've used for a very, very long time seem to have had some issues, especially with reverse splits over the last, let's call it 12 months now. And us banging on them has not really helped to resolve it, unfortunately. And so we're looking at bringing in other data sourcing. I was under the impression that we'd have that kind of wrapped up by the end of June. Some stuff with APIs has led it to be delayed longer than we would have liked. But it hasn't held us back from other things, obviously, as you can see. So while we wait for those folks on their side to get their API in line, that we can tap into it for the data to kind of shore that up with those real obscure ones. When you see something, it's saying a 300 million float, and really it's closer to 100 million float, and get those things kind of shored up. So that's where we're living with that there, James. Hi, I know the money machine will be available for premium sub and simulation when available, but the auto trading will be limited to only 2. So the whole money machine is meant to be automated, at least automated on the entries to start with. That's the entire purpose of it. The live one is what's right now limited to those 200 people that signed up way back in October. So that's what that will be. There's no money machine manual and money machine auto. It's just money machine, period. So that's where we'll be living with that. I know that there's talk about, getting this done. Sorry. I just had a message coming and it distracted me about something. I know there's talk about a second wave that's been promoted in the past. For folks coming in at that 5,000 level for it. I think that won't happen until we get close to the live release of this. And I think it'll be important, at least from my standpoint and support, that we don't go putting 1,000 people on this thing live until we are all really, really dialed in on this on the support side. Because, support is me and Steve and Andy, basically. And if we've got 1,000 people with a new feature here that's this intense coming at us at once, it's simply unmanageable. That's no other way to put it. It's just unmanageable. I would like if we just had that in general, Pepe, where, you could just relive the market day itself through scans, at least. More so than what we do with the brace replay. It would be nice to be able to replay a top list, replay an alert window. Because top lists, they're tough with the history because you get those 5-minute blocks and sometimes things fall funny within the 5 minutes. And it could leave things, out. And then obviously you can see the history on an alert window, which are limited to the 1,000 alerts, number one. Number two, you're getting, if you don't want to see the repeats, you got the repeats in the history of the alert windows. So it would be nice to have something like that, especially for newer people, newer traders. really replay out a day. Yeah, 100%. 100%. And then as far as the new members things go, like I said, right now, as it stands, anybody that has, once this gets released, I don't like to give things a time frame. I generally tell people things are released when they're released. That's it. And I think the money machine is a good example of why I live that line and don't say this will be done then or that'll be done then. But given that I have my hands on it now, I would guess somewhere to 14 days this will be coming out for you folks. I think that's reasonable for me to say. I could be wrong, and if it isn't, it isn't. That's all there is to it. So the simulated part will be for any premium member, new or old. If once it's released, if you become a new premium member that day or 3 weeks from then, you will get the simulated version in premium. But as far as the live version goes, it's going to be the 200 people that signed up for now. And whenever that second wave, Dan and Brad and those folks that run in the ship here, whenever they decide the second wave will open, then I don't know what they'll decide it for. Will it be another 100 people, another 50 people, 250 people? I don't know. I think that'll be kind of a bit of a back and forth internal conversation that happens based on where we are with support and the complications of the money machine or not. So I think that's where we'll be living with that. So I can't give you an answer on that. Will new members be able to get the live version? Of course, at some point. What that point is, I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry. Any advice on scan settings that show those more steady, reliable gainers instead of spikes or pops? It can be very volatile. Need more immediate attention. Look at ARCT. Looks like good and steady. ARCT. ARCT. I mean, what time frame are we thinking it's good and steady? Because look, these 4 or 5 minute candles, it just blasted up, and it's really just kind of consolidating and starting to roll over at this point. So, this thing made a huge move at the beginning. You can see the volume's taking a shot down, and it's still at 6.9. It just ticked back up from 6.90 to 6.91 on the relative volume, even with the volume dipping so much as it has over the last hour. So I think steady is kind of a relative term, first off, to time frame. Number one. I would say number two, I'd be looking at volatility filters and things like that, change filters, and putting maxes on those so you can't get things jumping too far out. Or I'd be using SMAs and making sure things aren't too extended off the SMA or the VWAP, for example. Those are the things I'd be looking at. So let me pull up an alert window configure here and search. And so things I'd be looking at. So you've got these volatility filters. They work on 15-minute candles, dollars or percents. And so you could add something like that and say, I don't want to see something more than X amount above, this level of volatility, for example. Maybe a bigger picture. I don't know that it would work, but you could experiment with it. The beta filter. You mess around with that as well. VWAP. You have this distance from VWAP 1 here. You don't want to see things that are too far extended from it, that they shot up, right? SMAs. A lot of SMAs to choose from here. Let's go with only the filters. There's a filter. There we go. What you got? Let me expand that out. You got these shorter time frames: 5 period on 2 minute, 5 period, 5 minute, 5 period, 15 minute, 8 period, 2, 5, and 15. 10 period, 2, 5, and 15. You got the 60 minute, but I don't think you're gonna want that. I don't think maybe. Put that on the 8 and 10 here. Same with the 20 period here. So you'd want to be living in one of those. I think you said 5 minutes. You'd be looking at 1 and 2 minutes. So you're going to want to live on that 2 to 5 minute period in that case. That, you're just not shot way above out of a cannon. Or if you shot out of a cannon earlier, you dial back into it. So those are the kinds of things that I'd be pointing at there, James, as far as the scan building for that goes. It's all EMA data, and yes, it's to every time frame. So like you could see a trade wave here on my 60-minute time frame, right? And you can see it here on my 5-minute time frame. Same stock and the daily, right? And it's going to be different on each one where the buy and sell signals had come in, because the time frame influences that. And then as far as the trade wave itself goes, and you got the settings behind it here: fast EMA 8, slow 9. Got your cloud colors up and down and all that stuff like that. I would say, I wouldn't be messing with the periods on this unless you have a reason to. Meaning, I like these EMAs and I like when they cross like that. You can change it to an SMA if you want, right? That wasn't how it was originally intended. That doesn't mean it's wrong to swap it to that, but it defaults to be the EMA. So, but I don't see any reason I don't see why someone shouldn't swap things around if they have a reason to. Reasons being, first, if you're just an SMA person, number one, you have something you've been doing with SMAs for a long time that have worked, and you want to see them more clearly, like this kind of cross on a chart, right? But you can't do an EMA SMA crossover. It's got to be one or the other like that. Well, that's where you still got to be a trader, right? The whole point of the trade wave or go, no go or any of that is to find a change in trend and then try to stay in when that change in trend has taken place until it changes back again, right? So, here on this, let me get rid of the picture-in-picture just so we can illustrate this better. So look, you're in this downtrend here and it doesn't swap till right here. These candles in here gets it make that swap and immediately stops out afterwards. So that's one thing about moving sideways, getting chopped up. But on the gap up today, we get that change in trend with that EMAs there, and it indicates it's there all the way till it curls over here and we get that out. And so it sees a change in trend here. Now, will that change in trend last? No way to predict that, obviously, right? Could do that for all we know and come right back with another buy signal somewhere in here in the next 20, 30 minutes. I suggest leaving them alone unless you have a reason to change them. The two reasons that I would say to change them is, one, if you just want to experiment and you want to find some stuff and test some new things and theories that you have out, obviously you change things to test the theories. The second one is if you already have a theory. So for example, Brian Shannon, he loves a 5 SMA, right? He likes SMAs. He does not like EMAs. He has his reasons. EMAs are more complex. The SMA, you can do the math in your head real easy. And he likes the 5 period. And he uses that on a daily chart for his I'm in or out of stuff, kind of. When you're below the 5 period, the market is kind of guilty till proven innocent on its uptrend. And when it's above it, it's innocent till proven guilty to come back below it, right? So someone like Brian Shannon, if he was going to use something like this, he'd be swapping around into a 5 SMA, and I don't know whatever else he might decide that he wants for the crossover itself, right? So you'd have a reason for changing the EMA to an SMA and the period of the SMA as well, right? But if you're just going to like randomly throw stuff against the wall without maybe taking some notes and your reasons behind it and all those things like that, there's no purpose in it, right? It's like doing anything else without any real purpose or documented research behind it. If you decide, I think, I'm just going to drink 5 glasses of water today, see if that makes me feel better. And there's no reason behind you deciding that water was going to make you feel better and 5 was the number to do it. There's no purpose behind it, right? Same concept. Did I align all those dashboards on one screen? I'm not sure what you mean. Did I align them all on one screen? Do you just mean my charts and scans? Yeah, I set that up. I set this whole thing up myself. I think that's what you mean. It's my layout. I actually changed my layout today. No, it's like any other technical analysis. It's what's best for you, essentially. There's no, another thing, like I had people when we first did the trade wave, we had people banging on us like, how come you don't have results for everything with it? And I said, there are 8,000 stocks in the US stock market, and we have half a dozen or more time frames. So 8,000 stocks divided, times half a dozen time frames on buy and sell signals. There'd be no way to calculate that reasonably, right? So it's an indicator. And it's meant to show trend and change in trend and help people. If you don't have a trading plan, it's not a trading plan, but it could certainly be the basis for a trading plan to help get you there. Pardon me, folks. I'm just going to get some stuff started here so when I can hit the ground running to this dev meeting when I get there. A couple of minutes before I wrap up here and make the trade with Barry. Because much like you, I've got that same eagerness. Barry's already back. We're way early.
I heard you. Can you help me though? Just give me one moment here, because I actually did load the latest one.
Okay.
Where now every time I think I've done it correct, and I went to the money machine settings. I set okay, whatever the default is, and then I went start money machine, and it keeps telling me wait for all positions to load before.
Yeah, that was happening to Steve and Andy. So I'm not sure. Maybe the default ones aren't working right now.
I see. Okay.
I'm gonna mess with it right now. See if I can.
Okay. Wasn't sure if I was doing something wrong. So if I go to money machine settings, and I see biggest gainers trade wave, I see strategy, and I thought I would just leave it there. I actually didn't have default checked at the beginning. I had it was unchecked, and I just left everything the same. The minimum, the max positions, the position size, the minimum price, and all that sort of stuff. I left everything the same.
So we're gonna stop this here.
I saw a whole bunch of code come at the bottom. I said, okay, I'll save the profile.
There we go. So let's go money machine settings. Let's go biggest gainers trade wave.
Yeah, okay. So let's do the same. So biggest gainers trade wave, the strategy, the biggest gainers trade wave. Okay.
I'm not going to mess with anything else. I'm just going to leave this. I'm going to go save as a new profile. Profile exists, enter unique profile name. Whatever. I'm just going to save over the other profile then. Right, start machine. I just went. There it is. So that's all I did. I went to, I got this default checked. I don't know if that matters at all.
Well, I'll check it again. I didn't have a check first, and I did check it again. So now I'm just going to, and I'll start money machine, and it keeps saying wait for all positions to load before running the money machine.
Do you have a filter sort? Do you have a filter sort selected?
I do. It is the filter sort is changed in 30 minutes.
Do you have an active account over here?
I have the active account is TI Paper Trading.
Okay.
Why isn't it working, Chris? Why isn't it working?
I'm
just preparing you.
Yeah, I know. Here, do you want to make the screen swap and I can look at what you got going on there?
Okay, sure. Okay, so you'll have to.
I don't know that I'm going to figure anything out right now, but we could give the old college try, as they say. Oh, I got to stop my
screen stop. So I'm adding. So I'll just wait for you to. Okay.
Yeah, you're in.
So this is what I got. So start money machine or money machine settings. This is what I've got here.
Then click save profile.
I clicked. Well, I clicked both, but I'll do it again. Save profile. I'll start money machine. Wait for all positions to load. So did it all look the same in terms of the settings?
I thought, try.
I mean, I can try another one, I suppose. No, that's the only ones we've got in the, well,
do
no,
that.
strategy.
Yeah, there's a drop down.
Let me go biggest gainers, okay? Just for fun.
I wonder if because I created my own strategy first to let me do that.
Okay.
Right. And I go save profile again, I guess. Start money machine.
No.
So try this. Go there, and then next to strategy, you see those 3 dots?
Yes.
Click that, then click configure, and just make a random top list real quick.
Random top list real quick. Okay. How do you make a top list? I'm kidding. Okay, so I'll make a.
Just make anything, I guess, and just get it started. I think, and then.
Well, why can't I just pick one? I should be able to pick one, right? Just.
If you go to strategies, maybe.
Yeah, go to strategies and just pick one.
Pick something from
these are all, but you know what? These are all alert windows. Okay. Well, okay, tell you what, just, you know what, Chris, I know you got to go to the meeting. I will try to do that, okay?
All right.
I will. And Pepe is asking, does it need to be the money machine account or the legacy TI paper trading, you see?
You know what? Maybe create a money machine account. So go to, are you on the new paper trader?
Well, I have to be because I wouldn't have this. I'm on the latest build. I downloaded the latest build.
Here, close that out real quick.
Right down there. No, right there is fine.
Yeah, close out the money machine window there. Yeah, and then if you go to the brokerages, what does that look like when you click on brokerages? Up in the top left there for Brokerage Plus. Yeah, I wonder if that's because you're on the old one still.
Oh, do you have Money Machine as an option?
I have the new paper trader, period.
Okay.
If I, my icon looks different. I have 2 paper traders there. You should have 2 paper traders. I think that's your problem.
Okay.
I have a feeling that might have been it with Steve and them too. But I'll
okay.
Let me see if I can
maybe let them know. And
because everybody's going to get swapped over to the new paper trader eventually. They won't know it happened. It'll just happen.
Right.
But for now, it's a custom 4 that needs to be done.
Okay, that's
that whole ordeal there. So,
okay,
all right, I'm off and running, and I'll update you soon. Everybody, take care.
Bye. All right, guys, I'm back. We're having a little fun with the money machine. I couldn't get it going on my end, and but holy smokes, I don't have my entire position, but I did get back in. But I do not have my entire position. This is just ripping now. You guys probably saw me put all these little price alerts, all these little areas. Yeah, maybe ATNFF or ATNF 10, maybe. What did it get to? Got up to 916. Yeah. So this, I was kind of hoping this. Well, it didn't matter to me, I suppose, but I didn't go on my exercise break today. I was watching this one. I said, you cannot do your exercises today. So, and it's all about the news, of course. Another Ethereum play. I don't know what they said. They said that they announced total holdings of 82,186 of the Ethereum coin, worth approximately how much? 349 million. So I guess these aren't quite dead. We saw a few that did the same sort of thing that just fizzled out. Not today. I don't mean today. So there's still an appetite for this. Now we got the pullback. Here's the pullback, guys. ATNF. Here is a big 9% pullback within a 5-minute period. And it's halted on the way down. So that could be it for a while anyway. Boy, this TLS, what a second day move off earnings. Unbelievable. Basically bigger than yesterday's. Well, the candle's bigger. The bar is bigger on the daily chart. Not the same percentage move, perhaps, but look at that bar on this TLS on earnings. Well, I have to look at this now on a weekly chart. Where could this go? We can't see it on a weekly. Where could it go on a monthly? So on the monthly chart, man, it even got through all this choppiness. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, this must have done I'm going to say some reverse splits or something, but it's at the low of its lifetime range. But let's take a look at the monthly chart where, aha, boy, you can see. I mean, if it can take out 542 or 539, the highs of these 2 months, and get rid of all this. I mean, it's almost there because then look left, 1124. Almost like they're doing an altcoin too, but I don't think that's the reason. It was just an earnings play yesterday that did really well. Okay, well, at least our news had the fact that they did have earnings yesterday. Okay. Shady's X4 is doing well again. Has room to 219 or so. There is the next high. Well, I said I was only going to do these gap continuation or reversal scans, but I'm not crazy when something like this comes along. Now look at this big. Now look at the pullback. Now ATNF 15% within a 5-minute period. I see your comments about, or James, I see your comments about the trade wave and the most advantageous. I suppose, I mean, I would just, with the trade wave, I would just, I did go on to another build. So, but I would experiment. Okay. I mean, yeah, the default is, I guess the 5 and the 12, something like that. I think the default is the 5 and the 12, but I would experiment. I mean, nothing is saying that is the best. I think it's probably most often used, but you may find a different combination that might work better for you. Now I have to find out where is TradeWave. Ah, yeah, it's here, isn't it? No, here. Yeah, I've just left it on the 512. But I don't know enough about this. I've never really I've never really looked at the EMAs at all. But this was the default, so I've just left it there. I like it. Well, Pepe, so far so good on this latest build. Where I had to go back a build a couple of days ago, or because this was really starting to slow my machine down. But so far so good. So this is not dead yet, guys. I mean that yeah, got halted on the way down, but doesn't look like it's dead yet. Let's see. Well, as crazy as it seems, 973 is the high. Dare I ask? Hmm. Okay, guys. So I'm able to, so far anyway, I had this up and running a couple of weeks ago, I think, or at least early last week. And I found it was causing my machine, perhaps this build, causing my machine to overwork itself. But anyway, you see here, I'm now able to, right now anyway, everything seems pretty good. So you can see these are real-time alerts that we're seeing here. Okay. So when you click on a symbol, you're going to get a couple of things. It's kind of random right now, but this is telling me it's trading 5% above the VWAP. Okay. Unusual number of prints, which is kind of interesting. Unusual number of prints, meaning it's trading rapidly. And you can kind of see that based on the volume that just came in. And that's for the ADN, not the AD, TNF or ATNF. Okay, guys, again here, remember ATNF now. It is so you keep an eye on this. I mean, if it starts to get positive again, like it is, and it gets really positive, that's probably going to take out this high. Could take out this high. I'm not saying it is. ADN. Okay, well, I'm watching it too. Let's see. High right here is 294. So there's a little bit of room anyway to the high of the day. I'm kind of intrigued now by looking at these real-time alerts. So this is available, Pepe. This is available for everybody now, isn't it? You have the three dots there, and here's how you can display alerts on charts. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, and it's funny. The ONON reminds me of that. I think it was the IMXT yesterday. IM IMXI or IMTX. I want to say IMTI or something like that. Anyway, did nothing. Did nothing. It was an earnings play. And look at ON. I mean, it's really done nothing. I mean, after it had the big drop, it's really done not too much. Kids, KIDZ. Okay. Haven't seen that one for a while. I don't see it anywhere yet. Oh, okay. You're just talking about maybe. Excited there, Baba. I thought maybe it was really ripping. All right. So William, not Shady. William says he'll keep the room open until about 3:45 after I leave. Thank you, William. You only get one more. It's good to have you back. Okay, that's it. And this is that. So that's it. It's good to have you back, but that's it. It's always nice to get an attaboy every now and then. All right, guys. While I'm waiting to see if this ATNF can crack 10, I'm going to go over my homepage one last time. Not sure how long this promo is good for. Oops, wrong. Okay, second link, guys, in YouTube. Okay, I accidentally had to put another slash. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. At the top, here's how you can take out a subscription right now. Barry 25 will get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. All I ask, use my code, whatever the code is. In fact, save my homepage. You want to come into the main room all the time, save my homepage. I'll show you where you can find in the education section where you can find the link to the homepage. Because you have to do that every day. Anyway, so you might as well save my homepage. So again, all I ask, use my promo code. It helps to keep the room free. The company tracks the promo codes. They see my name or see my code being used enough. They'll keep the room free. The trade of the week, which unfortunately is just not going to trigger. I doubt very much it's going to trigger because it was more of a pullback play and never pulled back to the price. Didn't mean you cannot trade it, but you can sign up for it right here. It was a Rocket. And I think somebody said it was 1650, right? It had to pull back down to 1650 and it didn't do it at all. Not didn't well, it came kind of close, 1676, but I'm sorry, that was Friday. It didn't really even get that close. 1694 was the low yesterday. So it did not pull back to the 1650. Doesn't mean you couldn't have traded it, but classically, according to the email, waiting for a pullback to 1650. So if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Do all that before you contact us. If you don't see it in those two locations, then yes, contact us and say, hey, I've signed up. I'm not getting it. So this is what I mean in the education section. If you save my homepage link and then go to the education section right here, here's how you can join the room every day. Getting started with trade ideas, first thing you must do if you take out a subscription, and also if you don't have trade ideas, but you're wondering if it's the right program for you, you can start off the second video. I think there are another 7 or 8 afterwards. Very short videos. That should give you an idea about as to whether or not you do want this program, okay? Back to basics, new to trading, another free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans, and you've clicked on my homepage link, you're at the top, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So these two are off camera, okay? The combo scan and the gap continuation or reversal. You can have them, but I really pay attention to. Not as much today, just because of the ATNF. Momentum scan, of course, would have shown the ATNF. This would have shown the ATNF, the change in 5 minutes percent. I also had it, I think you should be, in my opinion, use price alerts. I knew about it. We looked about it in the pre-market, but it was the original price alert, just over $6. It got me interested in it again. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Certainly saw ATNF there. Momentum scan is here. Now, I did a reboot. I reloaded a later version of Trade Ideas, a development version. So that's why I'm not seeing all those original alerts. And this is the change in 5 minutes. Could be up, could be down. A warrant for these guys, HCMI. This is gonna be a crazy one. Oh, interesting. There are about 3 million shares at Interactive Brokers to short for ATNF. One, two, three, four. All right. Well, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Well, let's see. I mean, that'd be a stretch for it to pull back all the way to the VWAP, but I still have a feeling that, I mean, if it takes out 10, it could go on another run. And that's why I have a price alert up in this high here for ATNF. Yeah, look at the SPY. Up 5 points, almost 6 points. Yeah, so this is interesting because when you see it in a different type of a stock anyway, if you had shorts available, you see ATNF and it's telling you that it's 38% above the VWAP. A lot of people will look at that and go, well, mean reversion to the VWAP. So that could be, I'm not saying this particular one. It's pretty volatile, but saw another stock. But my point, if I had a wish list, I would like to have these little alerts that are showing up be customizable. In other words, show the ones I want to see. All right, guys. Well, there's the ADN. ADN just popped. Just popped. I know some of you are in this. You see right there, 10%. All right, guys. Give me a moment. I will be right back. Is there a way to plot momentum on a charting window? So what do you mean by momentum? What do you mean by that, Pramod? What do you mean by momentum? I'm gonna say no, but I just want to understand what you mean by momentum. I mean, you can look at momentum being this, I mean, it's trend momentum if you want, the trade wave, but I don't know what do you mean by momentum? You can put trend lines and things like that on, but yeah, so Pramac, can you hear me? Oh, okay, I just wanted to make sure. So I don't know, again, like something at CNBC, well, probably not. I'd have to have a I don't know what CNBC has, okay? So my guess is no, we can't, I don't like, I'm trying to think of what a momentum indicator would even look like. These are the indicators that we have, okay, on charts. So if you see something that you recognize, okay, if you do see something that you recognize, let's go down to momentum. See if there's anything that says momentum. Can you do that on your own? Just to click on the indicators and see if there's any. Okay, so if it's not here, then we don't have it. Yeah. Now, I remember I used to look at this. I'm going to do something. I'm going to duplicate this window. I discovered this by accident no, a long time ago. The TI strength. I'm going to have to figure. I mean, we're talking a long time ago. Talking about maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, I'm not, until this turns orange, I'm not in it anymore, of course, the ATNF. Until this actually turns orange on the 5 minute, I mean, we may have still some hope that it holds the trend, maybe pops. I'm sure it has turned orange on the 2 minute though. Yeah, slight. You see how slight that is? A little narrow band of orange. This has actually been a pretty good reversal play. Somebody pointed that out to me earlier today. BBAI, pretty good reversal play. Still down a lot for the day, 20%. So, John, are you talking about that TI strength that I flashed, or are you talking about momentum? Actually, this is the one I was talking about. This pattern recognition. This is the one. I don't know if you guys have access to this. And when these bars really get big, and then all of a sudden, boom, they get red. That's an uh-oh. But how come it overwrites the volume? You guys don't have access to this, do you? This pattern recognition on indicators? So I remember playing with this a few years ago, and it seemed to be pretty interesting. Yeah. Okay, so that's just some kind of an oscillator, isn't it, Prima? So well, I guess we don't have it. Sorry. But why does it overwrite my volume? It's supposed to go into a new area. Hmm. Probably. New chart area. Nope. Oh, yes, yes. So it's only in in these other charts. I remember playing with this though, and it seemed to be pretty interesting. I'm going to follow it for a bit. Maybe we can sell it as an add-on. It can't just be, if it's moving up, it's green. If it's moving down, it's red. Like the volume bars, it just cannot be like that. Well, interesting. I mean, it's starting to move a little bit here. A couple little green bars and all. Blue there. I mean, this is volume. This is a strict volume. This is some kind of pattern recognition. Yeah, it's interesting. Well, it's sort of interesting. I mean, look at the ADTN now, or the ADN. So it's pulled back. You can see the big pullback, 6%. Okay. This is bright red now. It's nothing to do with volume, really. Nothing to do with volume. So, I Michael Noss did this, and he's not here anymore. So, and I don't even think he remembered. That's the pat, but it's some kind of bunch of technical indicators, as I recall. Like for instance, what if we get a big giant green bar showing up all of a sudden? I'm in. I'll take it. That's right. There were numbers here too. I'm remembering now the .70 and I'm remembering I sort of remember these numbers. They had a meaning. I'm gonna look at SBAT just for fun. SBAT. It's starting to make a little bit of a move. Yeah, Shady. I wish I could remember. I sort of discovered that Michael Noss created this. He'd forgotten about it. I was playing around with this. It could have been 2, 3, 4 years ago. And I asked him, and he said, I don't remember. But I was finding that it was kind of interesting. Nothing is a surefire thing, of course. But so, for instance, if I was all of a sudden I saw a bunch of red coming in here, can I short it? Yeah, 1.65 million shares available to short for SBET for me. Well, I said before, this has had a pretty good comeback. It's still down 20%, the BBAI, so it's still, and yesterday's high was up here at 740, so a nice comeback for sure. TLS doing, just out of curiosity, see if it's still running. All right, I'm gonna have fun with this one. I'm gonna just shorted this one, this TLS, just out of, just for fun, with that little red there, little move down here. I mean, I've got about a 3-cent stop on it, so I just, volume leaders scan, and Trib is not showing, but it meets their criteria. Okay, well, let me get TLS on the other, so I can keep an eye on it, thumbnailed, my other monitor. I'd have to see it, of course, but so Trib is not moving at all. It's up 27%, yes. So volume is 8 million, relative volume is 16. Yeah, cannot, would need the cloud link, okay, Denver, the cloud link. The other thing is to put it in to the symbol list. Why did this not show up? There are some pattern recognitions, yes, Market Explorer, select strategy, pattern recognition. Oh, I see. Does it tie into that I don't know. I really don't know. Just can't remember. Too long ago, Pepe. So this is a top list window. Okay. Not an alert window. So you've got a 15 record count. Now, I don't know if that's stopping it. Boy, this is an old one. Where is the so you're on a very old version of Trade Ideas, aren't? Oh, there you are. There you are. Okay. So what are you doing? Sorting on what? Like what are you sorting on? Volume leaders. I mean, are you literally you just want the volume leaders, like volumes today? Is that what you mean? Oh, okay. So we're gonna hang on just a second for the on this one, this TLS. Trib. So you said Trib. So 8.2 million, 27%. Oh, okay, I see. I see what you're saying is you're wondering. Okay, this is up 27%. The low here is 24%, right? So you're wondering now. My guess, I think I'm going to know, but yeah, you know what it is? It's the float information. We don't have any float information. I think that's the reason. Okay, and you want the float to be no more than 120 million, even though this looks like, well, it's zero, but it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. You know what I would do? I would get rid of the float. I don't use the float anymore. I think I explained that before. I don't use the float anymore. Um, Here's your trib now. If a stock is up a lot, it shouldn't matter what the float is. I mean, you're not going to see too many multi-billion-dollar floats up 169%. But yeah, there's a hack for it. You know that there's a custom formula. I just never talk about it anymore. But at least we found out why. Null is null, not zero. I understand. Yes. Thank you, math experts. All right, guys. Wow, it's 1:54 already. It's been a pretty fast morning or day for me. So I'll probably hang around till about the 2:15 mark, maybe to two. Actually, yesterday I was about 2:35. So I had questions, so I'll always hang around for questions. William says he'll keep the room open till 3:45 after I leave. This time, William, I won't close down. All I can think of is I close this down, but that shouldn't matter. When you close it down, you got the big red. the closed session, and you got the big red saying the session was closed. Hmm. Okay. We'll see if it what happens tomorrow. So, guys, I took myself out of the TLS. This actually might have another little run in it. Latter day, late day run. TLS. Wow, another move for the ADN guys. After it pulled back to 270. What is the news for ADN? Well, I'm seeing this now, but I'm sure this must have been earlier, right? Advent Technologies holding enhances license to groundbreaking ion pair technology. This must have been earlier, though. No, I'm just sort of seeing it now. Just sort of seeing this news now. Well, at 106. Oh, I see. Denver pointed. Okay, thank you. Posted it earlier. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Dak. I mean that ATNF. I mean it's holding. It's holding still. A little under 9 now. Still have this feeling that it might take out 10. Not buying it now because I think it's going to do it. I'm just opining. Because I'm not on mute anymore, but I will take that off. This ATNF is, look how tight it's getting, kind of tight right here too, right there in the 5. I need to get some volume. I mean, there's a lot of volume still coming in, but in relation to the previous volume bars. Okay, now I am going to put myself on mute for about 2 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. With the BBAI, guys, it continues to keep alerting me every time it makes a new high. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, BBAI. It's an earnings play. And I mean, it's still down 16%. So it's getting beaten up. Still beaten up, but it has had a great recovery virtually all day. Virtually all day. Now TLS does it. Now it does it. Well, Dak, see how I mean, it's pretty amazing actually. I mean, there's been some big pullbacks, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of amazing that this cloud on the 5 has not changed at all. It's still blue. I mean, on the 2 for sure. But even then, just a very narrow, pretty interesting. What's this HON doing? HOND. We had this HON W, I think, right? Didn't we have something, a warrant or something? Oh yeah, this is the acquisition core. So it's a blank check. Okay, so it's a SPAC still. Look at AI, guys. What a nice run it's been on. The only reason I see it is I have a thumbnailed, but a nice run from 1674 over. So the high yesterday, again, it got slammed down on earnings yesterday, and the high yesterday was 1729. Put a price alert there, and let's see if it takes it out. Maybe today. If not today, maybe tomorrow. Okay, interesting about the halts. Okay, All right, guys. Well, it is 2:12, so I may take off now. If there are questions, I'll hang around. William says he'll keep the room open till 3:45. So now, and what I'm going to do for the YouTubers, if you want to head over to the what I call the main room, you can do so. I'll give you a link. Oops, not that one. It's a cloud link. Don't. It's okay if you open it. But you don't have to open it. I think I can just delete it. Well, it doesn't matter. The link is there. That's okay. I mean, there's a cloud link there. I don't even know what one it is. It doesn't really matter. But here is my. Oh no, I'm sorry. The homepage is there. So the homepage link is there now. This is for the YouTubers, okay? In case you do want to head over to the main room, that will be open till 3:45. So all you have to do is click on my homepage link. Click on my homepage link, and then go to the education section right here, and then right here. Okay. No, right here, the free trading room, right here. Okay, right there. Save the link because if you want to come into the room every day or whenever you want, this is how you get in. So save my link, my homepage link. Go to the education section and right here. Okay, guys, I do not see any other questions, so I think I will head out now. Thanks for all the help all day long. Chris Varley will open the room tomorrow, the main room at 7:30 Eastern time. I'll get on the mic at about 9. I'll try to open the YouTube room at about 8:30. Again, getting on the mic at the same time, 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. So I'm stopping the YouTube stream right now. And now I'm muting myself.